right, welcome back to Defense Diaries. I am your host, Bob Mata, joined by my brilliant, beautiful co-host that's looking at something other
I
than the
was
screen.
checking the
What's up,
stream,
girl?
but hey, babe. Hey, y'all.
All right, what's up, guys? All right, so we are back up and running. Court has not started yet. After the shocking 25 minutes after court started, the little breaky poo. Little lunch break. I guess the witnesses didn't line up. State didn't have their witness ready, which ultimately
Why is
resulted in a
why
very
is
early lunch.
why is Afton asking about the Ashley Benefield jury?
We just posted something regarding. All right, how do we get to the other side? How do I flip it to the other side? How do I get us to the other side? Like, I don't see. Like, how do you do that so
I
fast?
just
Like,
clicked the same thing again.
oh, the same thing switches it to the other side.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I like where your head's at. So defense over there and Benefield just filed a motion. That's interesting. Another attack on the jury. The old juries are causing issues in a lot of cases recently. This one, they're alleging that either the juror, I can't remember what the motion said, either the juror or the juror's brother smuggled a flip phone in, and that they were getting messages. I'm assuming that maybe the brother smuggled the flip phone in, gave it to the juror, and then the juror was like texting the brother
Shut up.
what was going on in terms of deliberations, because like this dude was posting on YouTube, on Law and Crime's YouTube channel during the trial coverage, that it's a 5-1 count. There's one holdout, verdict incoming, and then 10 minutes later the verdict happened. And then there's another juror that apparently was not truthful on the juror questionnaire about if they were an active litigant in a any kind of domestic violence related court action, whether it be.
If you recall, I had done some research because everybody was or some, God, I can't remember the words you said for them. Some whatevers don't understand the law and would think something's jury tampering. So I looked into the law about just in general to about researching jurors, and they've said with this day and age, a post trial issue might be waived because you should have done your due diligence early on. You should have investigated your jurors. You should have, done all of that. But I don't know if Nevada is one of those states you get it ahead of time, because if you don't get it ahead of time, it's a very limited background you can do, in the courtroom on your computer. So, oh no, it wasn't in Nevada, or was it in Nevada? Jesus, where was Benefield?
Benefield was
Florida,
Florida.
right? Yeah. So if they get their jurors ahead of time, it might be waived because the lawyers should have done their investigation into the jurors before trial.
Hey Ella, yeah, I got your message, the Gacy message. Crazy story, for sure.
Well, this thing with the brother, as troubling as it is, doesn't sound like jury tampering per se. I don't know what I think about that.
Wait, the one with the, I mean, anything that smacks of impropriety has to be shut down. Like you cannot. That is the most sacred part of trials, is the jury. You can't mess with the jury. There's no talking to them. There's no interacting with them. There's no texting with them. There's nothing. Like whether or not that changes the final outcome, I guess, is a different question entirely. But like, the fact of the matter is, you can't do that shit. And you cut me off before I was finished talking about the other one, which definitely impacts it, which was the juror questionnaire that had gone out. It specifically asked this kind, this, as we know, this case deals with domestic violence. You know, are you or a family member or a close personal friend involved in any current litigation with respect to domestic violence? This particular juror put no, and it turns out that that juror was, in fact, a respondent in a petition for injunctive relief for domestic violence, order of protection, you know, and was like, so like that one is significant to me, you know. I mean, like that would have been somebody we would have booted right away, you know, because that like they're the respondent, they're the aggressor. So like that's not somebody that we would want to keep on a jury, you know what I mean, for a case that's revolving around domestic violence. What's up, J-Bo?
Right, but that's why I said that whole spiel about it could be waived if they get their jury information, jurors' names, the veneer beforehand.
Yeah, I don't know. There was no indication of how quickly they got that. And so, in case y'all are wondering how I was Johnny on the spot with that information, got it up on Twitter or X, of course, none other than Seeking Justice, the amazing Dizzy and Tracy on their amazing Discord channel, Seeking Justice, which I'm sure are mods, namely. Thank you, sir. We'll put that link up there if you're not in that channel. I mean, there's so many reasons to be subbed into that channel, if that's what they call it on Discord. I don't understand your modern world, so I'm probably using the wrong term for it. But you know, a part of that Discord channel, you're missing out, because like every document from every case that all of your favorite channels cover in there. Additionally, like Jay and I are always telling you guys, notifications on YouTube are very hit or miss. Where it's not hit or miss is on Seeking Justice's Discord channel. They put every single thing that we have.
Speaking of which, did you even,
whether it's shorts, whether it's videos, whether it's lives, they always have that in there. Sorry, honey, I was talking.
I know. Did you post the new link to the afternoon session on X? Because I didn't. Oh, is that it?
Not yet, but that reminds me, I gotta teleport everybody to Jay and his Adelson trial replay tonight while I'm thinking of it, since we had to start a new stream. Did you tweet it, babe?
Doing it now.
Okay. Let me see here. Going to the old.
So what is it? Just Robert Tellez trial?
What do you mean? Like,
I don't know.
Go to our. Wait, do you not? When you're putting tweets up, you're including like the link to the.
Yeah.
channel,
Thanks.
right?
Yeah.
Then why are you asking me what it is?
The hashtag.
Oh, yeah. I mean, anything with his name is good. Baby boss baby, resting dick face. Any of those things work. They all are very effective hashtags. I don't even understand the hashtags anymore on Twitter, to be honest with you. Like sometimes I'll put shit up, and I've got a pretty big account. Wouldn't call it massive, but it's pretty big. You know, and sometimes I'll get like 114 views. Shit. I'm like, what is happening with the tweets? All right, so here we pop in here, handle some business, get my boys shit portaled. Doopy-doopy-doo.
So weird. I can't tell if this is. Oh yeah, because the thing's moving. Okay.
All right, let's see. What was this? Michigasser. Okay, boop. All right. Edit. Boop, boop. Boop. Okay, that's all good. Oh my God. What?
Oh.
Am I in the right thing? This is redirecting
right, so
to
you deal with that, and I'll talk to the people.
Chad Daybell coverage. What? I got to be in the wrong thing here. I got to be in the wrong thing, man.
All right. So Thanks everybody for coming back for the afternoon session. We yep, Spitfire loves the Boss Baby.
Yeah, your girl Melanie was using that like on her thumbnails, because when I asked Dizzy to get our thumbnail ready, I was like, "Oh yeah, Boss Baby would be good. He looks just like Boss Baby." She's like, "Nah, Melanie Little's already using that." I'm like, "God damn it!" I'm like Kojak. She's like, "Nah, I love Kojak, and this guy's a douchebag. Not doing it." I'm like, "God damn it!"
By the way, Carolyn found Scarlett's fanny pack.
Hey, we had a little fanny pack drama. Scarlett called hysterical.
Well, because she carries all her money around in her fanny pack.
Everything, yeah, like her little
Not doing
Greenlight
that anymore.
card, all of her dough. All right, let's see. Doo-doo. All right, let me look for Jay's shit right there. Incoming. Jay, did you kick that back? Like, dude, I don't know if you like. We were 25 minutes into court for the day, and she called lunch, so it was insane. All right, everybody is going to be magically teleported to my brother from another mother's stream of the replay of the Charlie Adelson trial in preparation for Grandma Gotti's trial, which is coming down the pike very, very quickly. So hopefully, like, because I was telling Jay, we went late yesterday. I hope it's like a early end today. So like I'm hoping.
I don't know how much more they really have to do. I mean, I guess all the office drama, but
Well, I mean, I think they're going to need to get somebody from the Journal up there to get in like the articles and what the nuts and bolts of the articles are saying. Like they have to give. I mean, they don't have to prove the motive, but it's always
right.
helpful.
No, and they already said that was so yeah, they're definitely going to get in the articles. But they oh no, they showed all that stuff at opening. That's right. Okay.
Right. So,
Well,
so I mean, we know that they've got in all the video. All right. So we got the Denali in and around Jeff's house
following or
prior
within
to, during, and after. So we feel pretty comfortable about that. They're obviously going to have to put the text on that process the scene, the hat. They got to get the hat pieces. They've got to get the shoe pieces in. They've got to get the gym bag in. They're obviously going to have to put the ME on, and then they're going to have to put whoever their DNA person is that found his DNA under the nails.
They already put the crime tech on. They have to put the DNA guy on to say it was his.
Oh, was the crime tech on yesterday?
Yeah.
Was that when I was gone? Maybe, I don't know. Oh no,
Yeah,
I was gone during openings, wasn't I? Oh, Kathy Cool. I like when we were wrapping up, Kathy had become a new member. So we love that. Welcome. Family hug. Family hug. I must have been sleeping with my eyes closed when that happened, I mean,
with your eyes open.
Oh yeah, or them closed. I mean, that's sometimes I just fall asleep on lives. It's amazing. And then I tell everybody I'm tweeting, but I really am sleeping. Little known secret. Okay, so yeah, we're live. She's late. So Judge, I think it's Judge Levitt. I think, is that it? I think that might be Judge Melissa Levitt, I think. She is not as timely as the lovely judge on the new judge ISL. Like she is like clockwork. I could take all of my vitamins and pills to her schedule because she is like absolute clockwork. This judge, not so much. I mean, the 25 minutes, like, what's that? I mean, we were 25 minutes in, right? Half hour maybe. And then I was shocked and horrified to hear that we were taking a lunch break. Yeah, it was interesting. So I am having a really, really hard time finding any way to defend this case.
I just don't even get the defense.
But what that does, though, what this does is this sets up what could be one of the most
Exciting.
exciting and
Fascinating.
hilarious defendants ever testifying in his own behalf, because
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear what this guy's going to
I
say.
told Bob yesterday, I'm like, this whole trial seems like it's not even worth watching, but for the fact that in the back of your head
This
that this
guy's
guy is
coming.
going to take the stand.
This guy is going to come up there with this baby boss, baby boss, baby boss, boss, baby face, and just tell all kinds of lies. It's going to be glorious. It's going to be. He'll probably start fake crying. Like Diz, we need the fake crying emoji. Alligator tears, something like that. Something good. Something good. It'll be good. Yeah, I know. YSL, brutal. Jay, I was watching you when I was getting the butter whipped, and I was just reveling in your hatred of Sarah Boone. It was great. Jay was on fire this morning. She really gets on his nerves. I mean, and I had this joke that I was all queued up that I was going to, drop it when I got on there. I was like, she comes with a lot of baggage. Too soon? Is it too soon for that? Hey, wow, dude, come on. Like, that was not a real laugh.
I was trying to find isn't there like a bump bump sound thing?
The rim job. No, not the rim job.
I was like, that doesn't sound right. Sounds like you're setting me up for. Oh no, that's not it.
No, Jay's got the rim job. Not the rim job. What's it called?
Oh, man.
Somebody came with it. I think Joe Schmo came with it.
All right, I'll have to find. I'll put one on there.
Yeah, but you need to know what it's called.
I can find it.
Rim shot. Rim shot.
It's like
not rim job. Thank you, beautiful humans.
I mean,
you guys always come through. All right, so don't do rim job.
No, I wasn't going to. Thank you.
Thank you. That sound repugnant. It would be just like a lot of slurping and weird shit. It'd be horrible. I'd have to put up a trigger warning before we played that soundbite every single time. It'd be horrible. Jay, I don't know if you've heard my new amazing soundbite. Well, so Allie added these.
That was my hair.
And then I added
the man in Shawshank.
Yeah, dude, that is like my absolute favorite now. I mean, but of course, I love Shawshank, and I love Morgan Freeman, and I love the character Red, and it's a great movie. I want to be able to, I was texting Jay. I'm like, hey man, I'm like, how are you able to pull these sound bites from movies? He's like, yeah, I have to screen record it, and I'm like, oh my god,
much easier for me.
Why?
Because with the Mac, well, I mean, not from my phone, but I've got it. I put it on my computer, open it, and then just save the audio.
Oh. Wow.
So, but I can text stuff to myself, so I don't have to be doing it all on the computer.
That is super smart. That is super.
Unlike you, super just won't set your.
I mean, truth, Wolfie. Wolfie Muse says you're smarter.
Jay is easier because he doesn't have a. Oh wait, he does have a Mac. An iPhone. How does he do it on his iPhone?
I know. I quietly and secretly judge Jay all the time, based on the fact he hasn't seen Oh Brother. I'm like, it's outrageous. So while we're continuing to wait and just double checking, we are live. This judge is really just taking her own sweet time here. But we were starting to talk about Bad Monkey on Apple. Highly recommend. Only 2 episodes in.
Yeah,
very good.
Let him build up.
Yeah, let them build up. We're always so disappointed in ourselves when we burn through the 2 episodes and we're like, oh my god, now we're done. Now we have to wait for a week. It's like we're that society now. Apple is the devil, Todd. Apple is the devil. But I'm not gonna lie, I love my MacBook. It's a superior computer. It just is. And I love my iPhone.
Except the Mac is extremely hard with opening.
Yeah. It's because
certain
like
types
Apple
of
doesn't play well with anybody.
styles.
Like no one. Yeah, spit. I'm sticking with it. Princess Bride, meh. It's okay. It's all right. It doesn't move me. It doesn't move me. I don't
My
find it
brother's one of
particularly
my
hilarious.
brother's favorite of
Yeah,
all
your brother
time.
loves it, which makes sense to me. Which makes sense. Like to me, it's just it's okay. It's okay. Plus, I can't pronounce Carrie Ewell's. Like I've been mispronouncing that guy's name for like 30 years. Yeah, there you go, Shans. I hate the Princess Bride. I'm not going to go that far. I'm just completely indifferent to it. Atlee's over here playing sound bites while I'm having deep philosophical movie conversations. Wow.
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
And that one came out beautifully, I might say. That is a great one. Carrie Ewell's. I mean, that's not how you spell it. I know that for facts, but like that's the part. I think Jay told me how to pronounce it. Like Ewell's. I just pronounce it Ewell's.
So wait, Ariel says
Megapint is in the courtroom. Who's Megapint? Give me a hint. I don't know who the hell Megapint is. Thanks, Megapint. Is Megapint in our chat?
probably typically.
Oh, Nita Megapint is in. Defenders just brought it. You're in the courtroom. You're amazing. I apologize for not knowing you. Now I do. So that's beautiful. Now I know you. All right. I love Boots on the Ground. There's not much that I love more than Boots on the Ground.
Where'd she
One
go?
of my favorite things. She left. I offended her. She's like, this guy. Who's the big mouth who doesn't know who I am? I'm giving him like the inside dope and he's talking shit. Audi 5,000. See ya. Jerk off. Yeah. Oh, love that. That's a great one. Love that. Like,
oh, that is a good one.
That's something that I say all the time. What we have here is a failure to communicate. Have you guys seen Cool Hand Luke? It's like great. It's the great hard-boiled egg eating contest is in that. Like Paul Newman's in prison. It's a good one. It's a good one. It's an oldie. It's an oldie but a goodie. It's an oldie but a goodie. Travis says, I don't think you went to school with Tony's son Vincent. He basically grew up and went to high school. Nah, it was I think it was the daughters. I know that like they might even have been like Tony might have been the uncle. I can't remember. I was always afraid to ask too many questions because I thought I'd end up dead.
Is this guy using the name of a serial killer or what's his name?
I played baseball with a kid named what the fuck was his first name? His last name was Andriaki. And I forget what his dad's mom name was, like the mechanic or something. I'm like, he was on a baseball team of mine. And he was another guy. I never really made sure not to talk shit about him. I'm like, hey, I'm trying to get killed. So
maybe we could do a fundraising podcast, where you do
Oak Park River Forest
or YouTube.
The Huskies, the great
You
Oak
took
Park
my
River
thing
Forest.
down.
What?
Maybe we can do a fundraising YouTube thing, like where you.
It's got to be sustained income. Fundraising is not going to do it unless we raise like $100,000, which seems like a big ask. I think I'm telling you, like I sent Jay the saving solution, and it's converting all of his great content with not the live stream shit that we do. Like that's a different thing, but like all of the great content, the women who rock, like all the good stuff that they put in, like, and turn those into straight up podcast episodes, get them an RSS feed. I said, come up with you can call the pod JB Nation or JBN, whatever you want, or something creative. And then we just throw it out there. We start getting everybody subbed over there.
You can also just call
then we start getting them advertising, and then your passive income on there. It's like it's a great way to do it. It's a great way to do it. So I've been trying to get him on that for a hot minute. So
That's true. We could do a fundraising thing because, like Ariel says, if everybody donated $5,
well, if he can get like a social, like if I had the dough, like I would hire Jay to handle my socials in a heartbeat. Oh, all right, we got noise. We've got noise. See, that's no boost. That's boost.
I don't think you can boost.
Here, talk. Well, let me see if I have a hard time hearing you.
I'm having a hard time hearing you again.
Yeah, it's the booster.
No boost.
See, when I turn the boost off, nice. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I mean the court feed just mutes us a bit, I suppose. Yeah, I've got a bunch of stuff coming up with the pod. One thing I'm working on that I'm really excited about is I'm doing something with iHeartRadio and Lauren Pachenko, who has done like the Murder in Illinois series, Murder in Oregon. She's now currently doing Wrongful Convictions with Jason Flom, but we're co-hosting a pod and it's produced by iHeartRadio that's dropping in November. Hey!
And the defense?
There he is.
Hey, you may call your next witness.
There he is.
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
I'm trying to get to my hair.
That was my hair.
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
Shooby dooby doo. Shooby dooby. I think it's time for some RDF. I got to put some RDFs up. Boop, 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 boop. There we go.
If you'll remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name is Stephanie, Stephanie.
Oh,
Last
that's
name
what
Yagi,
happened.
Yagi.
What?
I had it
Thank you very
playing from the other feed in my ear.
Could you please explain to the jury what you do for a
So
living?
you might want the boost.
I'm currently employed as a medical examiner at the Clark County Coroner's Office.
How long have you been with the Clark County?
Wait, what'd you say?
About 2 years.
If you could,
It was playing
please
because I
spell-
still had it
and
up.
what's your
So
title?
that's what was playing in my
Medical
ear. That's why I
examiner and
couldn't hear
forensic
you.
pathologist.
If you could explain to the jury what is a medical examiner?
Now it does sound a
So a
little
medical
soft.
examiner is a
Does it?
medical
All right, hold on.
doctor who specializes in determining the cause and manner of death.
If you could, please describe your educational background for the jury.
So I am a medical doctor. After graduating from medical school, I did 4 additional years in residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology and 1 additional year in subspecialized training in forensic pathology. And I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
After finishing your schooling,
How's that sound,
where
kids?
did you go
Good?
professionally from that point? Was it to the Clark County Coroner's Office or was it somewhere else?
Yes, after training, I went directly to the Clark County Coroner's Office.
All right. On average, how many autopsies do you perform a year?
Approximately 250.
Okay. If you could, describe what is the purpose of an autopsy?
The purpose is going to be to determine the cause and manner of death in any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious deaths.
All right. Are there categories that help define potential manners of death?
Yes.
How many are there? At least within your office, how many are there?
So there are 5.
Okay, and please tell us each one.
So there's going to be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and in cases where we cannot tell, undetermined.
Did you perform the autopsy on an individual by the name of Jeffrey Michael Gehrman?
Yes.
Okay, and that was performed on September 4th of 2022.
Yes.
If you could explain a little bit about how Mr. Gehrman's body is transported to your office.
In cases like these where it is a suspicious or violent death, the body is transported in a sealed body bag, either from the scene or the hospital, wherever death is pronounced. It is then transported to our office, and that seal is not broken until the forensic processing takes place in the presence of law enforcement.
Who are the individuals that put that body in a sealed bag for transport to your office?
Those would be our coroner investigators.
Okay, so not someone affiliated with Metro, but actually employees from your office.
Correct.
When Mr. Gehrman's body arrived in your office, was it in that sealed bag?
Yes.
Did you notice any sort of tampering with the seal in any way?
No.
Okay. So after you, let's say, open a seal of someone you're about to perform an autopsy on, what's the next step?
So every step of this process is photo documented. Again, a photograph of the sealed body bag is taken, as well as a tote tag with identifying coroner case number. The body is then photographed as is, or as it comes out of the body bag, and then processing takes place in layers. So if a body is clothed, the clothes are taken off, and again, photographs are taken. If the body is dirty, it is then cleaned, and then again, photographs are taken.
Is there a process of taking fingernail or toenail clippings from a body?
In certain cases, yes.
In this case, was that performed?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Does anyone know who this?
If that is actually performed,
who these
when
people
does that typically
their
happen in the
victims'
process?
Family or
Again, during the processing portion of the autopsy.
And so that's the beginning part where you're photographing and things like that before you get to, for example, cutting and going into the body. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. So after you take photographs of the body with clothing on, and then remove the clothing, and then you get to cleaning the body, what is the next step for a medical examiner like yourself?
So the autopsy examination occurs in multiple steps. The first step is going to be an external examination. So I'm just looking at the body, documenting, identifying features such as hair color, eye color, scars, tattoos, as well as any external trauma that I can see on the body.
Okay. So you kind of go from head to toe and you're marking things externally on the body. What would be the next phase of the autopsy?
The next step is going to be the internal examination. So this portion is somewhat likened to a surgical procedure where the body is opened. The internal organs are taken out. They are evaluated as well as weighed. Again, documenting any sequelae of natural disease one might have, as well as any injuries.
Is there a phase that continues after an internal examination?
There are additional ancillary studies that we can perform that are included as part of the autopsy examination, things like toxicology testing, histologic or microscopic examination if necessary, or any type of other consultations that we see fit.
Okay. Were those things performed in this case?
In this case, toxicology testing was performed.
But not a histological one?
Correct.
And that's essentially when you're looking at tissue underneath. You take slides of tissue and look at under a microscope. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were any radiographs or MRIs taken of the body?
Postmortem radiographs or x-rays were taken in our office of the body.
Okay. And so that was done in this case?
Correct.
All right. Now, at this time, I'd like to approach with what has been admitted by stipulation, Your Honor, states 188 through states 203. Correct. May I approach the witness? All right. Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness states 188 through 203. Please take a moment, doctor. Take a moment to flip through those and let me know if these look familiar to you.
God, Cameron and Ryan are in there trying to build that vanity. Wow. 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 Yeah, Rob Schneider. Thank you, Afton. I mean, this guy is like separated at birth from Rob Schneider.
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
In general, these are going to be photographs from the forensic processing portion as well as autopsy examination for this particular case.
Thank you very much. This time, permission to publish.
Love it.
Publishing states 188. Who are we looking at here?
So this is a facial identification photograph of the decedent, Mr. German.
Okay. I think it's pronounced Gehrman, but that's
Gehrman?
okay. It's okay.
I don't know why
how
the
old was
defense
Mr.
attorney
Gehrman?
doesn't do that when they
I
call
don't
him
recall.
Tellez.
Would it help refresh your recollection to see a copy of your autopsy report?
Yes.
Okay, referring to page 1, counsel.
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
Just read silently here, these 2 lines here, and
For
let me
him.
know if that refreshes your
For
memory.
like
Yes, it does.
Okay.
a better
So
person,
let me ask you,
one who's
how old
not going to
was
trial.
Gehrman at the time of his death?
69 years.
Okay, so this is kind of an external view of him, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, for the purposes of your external examination, you noted a series of injuries. We'll come back to this, but I want to first start with publishing 189. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall photograph of the anterior or front portion of the body.
Okay. I want to talk first about his neck.
All right. Now, it probably goes without saying, but we do have the medical examiner on here. We're obviously going to be talking about the details of the homicide. Take care of yourself. If you need to take a step back, if you need to turn it off, you want to fast forward when we're done with this, just take care of your mental health. You always come first. Just remember that, because this could get gruesome.
Did you note externally an injury sustained to Mr. Gehrman's neck?
Yes.
What type of wound was it? Where was it on the neck?
There are actually 2 sharp force injuries of the neck, more specifically 2 incised wounds of the anterior and left lateral aspects of the neck.
Okay, let's take the incised wound to the anterior of the neck. If you could, please explain to the jury, what does the word incised mean?
So an incised wound is a category of sharp force injury, which is an injury created by something with a blade or cutting edge. An incised wound, by definition, is longer on the skin than it is deep within the body. And by contrast, we have stab wounds, which are going to be the opposite. They're going to be deeper into the body than their length on the skin.
So a stab wound essentially could be someone plunging some sharp object into a body versus slicing across.
It could be, yes.
Okay. I want to publish Exhibit 197. What are we looking at here?
So this is the incised wound to the anterior neck previously discussed.
Do you know what the term wound track means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
In my opinion, it is the path that the injury is involving. So specific tissues and or objects that are involved in said wound.
If you could, please explain to us, based on your examination of Mr. Gehrman, tell us about the wound track of this particular incised wound to the anterior of his neck.
So this wound involved obviously the skin and underlying or subcutaneous tissues. It also produced defects in the larynx, which is part of the respiratory tract, and the carotid artery, which is a main artery that supplies blood to the brain.
If you could, please explain to us what sort of damage receiving a wound like this to your larynx could do to a person.
It could make it difficult to breathe.
And tell me about the carotid artery. Why is that such a significant artery in the body?
It is the main blood supply to the brain.
And what happens if the brain, I know this may seem like a silly question, but please, doctor, tell us what would happen to a person if their body could not get blood to their brain?
They suffer things like anoxia, which is lack of oxygen. The brain controls many, if not all, of the functions of our body.
Is this injury, based on your medical training and experience, potentially fatal?
Yes.
Do you believe, based on your examination, this was one of the fatal
Definitely
injuries?
looks like
Yes.
he's trying to make faces right now.
Publishing Exhibit 198.
I'm supposed to look like this. This is what I'm supposed to look like.
What part of the body are we looking at now, doctor?
Should I
This is the
squinch my
left
eyebrows?
lateral or
I look
left aspect
concerned.
of the neck.
But he's really thinking.
Is there an injury that you denoted here that you memorialized in your report?
Yes, there is a small incised wound.
You know what? If you take your mouse, I believe it should, if you could take the mouse and maybe point to us, where is that second incised wound?
So it's going to be right
Yeah,
here.
man, look at him.
Okay. So let the record reflect that the witness has circled what appears to be a small incision almost in the center of the photo on the left side of his neck. If you could, what was the wound track result here?
It was relatively superficial, involving only the skin and some subcutaneous tissues.
And so superficial meaning it didn't go too deeply. Would that be correct?
Correct.
In layman's terms, sorry. Let's talk, was there another wound on the left side of the neck? Republishing 198.
No.
Did you indicate at some point that there was a stab wound to the left posterior of the neck?
Yes.
Do you see that here in this photograph?
No.
Okay. But one is noted, is that correct?
Yes.
And let me do this. The lighting's not great either, so let me at least approach and you look at it. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but let me see. If you look at it up close here, can you see it at all?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's republish it, and then you can circle it for us. Publishing 198. Please show us where the wound is to the left posterior neck.
Is there any way to make it lighter?
You know, we can try. That seems a little bit too much, but let's.
Look at this guy. He is so full of shit.
That seems pretty good. Is that good? Better, doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And I can zoom in too. So why don't I zoom in a little bit more? All right. So can you please tell us where another injury was noted on the left posterior neck?
Yes, it's going to be right here.
All right. Let the record reflect that the witness has noted another, what appears to almost look like a perforating injury.
I'm out of battery.
To the back part of his neck. And just in layman's terms, posterior.
Got a battery on your
The
computer?
back.
Okay. Anterior means what?
The front.
And lateral means what?
On this side.
Okay. What was the wound track on that injury, that third injury?
The injury of the left posterior neck was
Yeah.
also involving the skin and subcutaneous tissues.
Okay. And did it also touch on some of the superficial muscles?
Yes.
What sort of injury or effect does that have on a person?
It could be variable.
It could be what?
Oh, variable?
Okay. Let's.
OG. Dom's mom. OG.
Was there another injury that you had denoted to the right posterior neck?
Yes.
Okay. What type of injury was that?
It was considered a stab wound.
Okay. What was the wound track on that injury?
Again, this wound involved the skin, subcutaneous muscles, and soft tissues.
Okay. I might circle back to that one. I want to talk about the torso for a moment. Was there an injury to the lateral side, the left lateral side of his torso?
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the left lateral torso.
Okay. I'm going to publish to 190. Do you see the general area where you denoted those injuries?
Yes.
Okay, if you could, why don't you show us with your, and actually, you know what I can do too? I can have an enlargement here. I'm going to publish 195. Just a bit.
You know, this guy was the
Where
prosecutor in Thomas.
on the left side of Mr. Behrman is there another injury?
Yeah.
So
like-
there's a stab wound here, and there's actually also one here behind this arm.
Okay. Let me publish 196. Is this a better view
Yes.
of at least one of those injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me, the stab wound to the left lateral torso, what was the wound track on that? What damage did this injury do?
Of which stab wound?
The one to the left lateral torso, the one closer to the rib cage.
Can you be more specific?
You denote in your report that there's a sharp injury number 5.
So there are 2 stab wounds of the lateral torso. One is more superior or higher up on the chest, while the other one is more midline chest.
Let's talk about the higher up one.
Yep. So the more superior stab wound of the left lateral torso involved, again, the skin and subcutaneous tissues, the thoracic cage or ribs, the left lung, as well as the heart and aorta, which is the main blood supply to the body.
What damage did this stab wound do to the upper lobe of the lung?
So it punctured the upper lobe of the left lung.
What sort of damage could that create in a person?
Could be variable.
Okay, we'll give you some examples, doctor.
Well, my specialty training is not clinical medicine, so my patient population is somewhat biased. However, it could result in trouble breathing. It could result in blood within the chest cavity, and it could result in death.
Okay. You mentioned what damage to, was it, I don't know if you testified to this, but did this injury also touch the pericardium?
Yes.
What is the pericardium?
The pericardium is the sac that surrounds the heart.
What sort of damage could that cause to a person if their pericardium is pierced?
On its own, could be nothing.
Okay. Tell me about, was there any, did this wound penetrate the heart in any way?
Yes.
What did it hit?
I believe it hit one of the atria of the lung, or sorry, atria of the heart.
Okay. Did you note that it had hit the right ventricle as well as the aorta?
I would have to refresh my recollection.
Sure. Referring to page 3, counsel.
Thanks, Jen. When got the butter whip this
Refresh your
morning?
memory.
Yes.
Okay. So tell me about this injury. What parts of the heart this stab wound affect on the heart?
It resulted in injury to the right ventricle of the heart.
Okay.
It sounds like there's nothing
What is the
about
role of
this
right
medical
ventricle?
examiner's testimony that
It is one of the pumping chambers.
actually
of the heart.
Okay,
gives any
what can happen
information
to a
about
person if their
anything relevant to
right
like,
ventricle
who did
is
it
damaged?
Their function to pump
so
blood
far.
to the
So
body.
now
may
I don't think
become
there's going to be
impaired.
anything about.
Can that injury be potentially fatal?
Yes.
In your opinion, based on your examination here, was this one of the potential fatal injury, or was this one of the fatal injuries suffered by Mr. Dermott?
Yes.
Let's talk about the aorta. What is significant about the aorta? What role does it play?
It is one of the main vessels that leads from the heart to the rest of the body.
If that portion of if that valve or portion of the heart is damaged, how can that affect a person?
Blood could be impaired to the rest of the body.
In your
I mean, it's
opinion,
just
based on
too
your
much
training,
medical examiner
experience, was
testimony
this
for like
another
it's
one of the
undisputed that
fatal
this man
injuries to
died of
Mr. Dermott?
fatal stab
It
wounds,
could be, yes.
right?
What?
Let's talk about the more
Huh?
the lower injury.
He's
the
just
left
going
lateral
into
torso.
too much when it
Republishing 195.
doesn't have anything to do with anything.
If you could show us, I don't know if the lighting's great on that, but if you could show
By the way, I
us,
just got an
where-
email.
Where is that injury?
About
Yeah.
National
Can
Couples
you repeat which
Day or
injury you're
something.
speaking
The
of?
lower
So all of
left
you people
lateral
out there
injury
know
to the
Bob and I will
torso.
not be celebrating
this one
some
down
made
here.
up holiday
Okay, let the
suggestion.
record
All of
reflect,
you save your
that
money
the witness has
and don't
circled an
acknowledge its
injury,
existence.
to
Leave it
the
to the kids.
left of the hand that's holding up a ruler in the
Like our
photograph.
daughter will
Would that
probably
be
not
accurate,
celebrate
doctor?
that.
Yes.
If you could, please tell me about the wound track for this particular wound.
This wound involved the skin and subcutaneous tissues as well as the hemidiaphragm and the kidney.
And he's just so horrified.
Okay.
But there are pictures up there, so
And what sort of
probably other
damage can
people.
that cause to the body?
The diaphragm is responsible for helping a person breathe, and the kidney is responsible for waste production.
Your love story
Okay.
deserves flowers. Celebrate
What sort of
National
effect can that
Couples
have on the
Day
body if you
this
sustain an
Sunday.
injury such as that?
Which injury?
Bum, bum, bum.
You can take them in order. I apologize. We can start with the hemidiaphragm, if you wish.
Could lead to trouble breathing.
Okay. How about to the helium of the left kidney?
The hilum of the kidney compromises multiple different
She's like, you correct
constituents
my
of the kidney, including
pronunciation
major
earlier.
vessels, as well as the renal pelvis, which then leads to the bladder. Injury to this area could result in hemorrhage or bleeding.
All right. Was there, and this was what type of wound? An incised wound, a stab wound?
This was a stab wound.
All right. Was there a third injury to the left lateral torso?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection if I refer to page 3 of your report?
Yes.
Okay. Page 3.
Yeah, why aren't they showing the lawyer asking the questions? Just, I guess
It's interesting because this prosecutor, babe, what I was saying, like, I don't know if you watched any of the Thomas
refresh your memory?
Randolph trial. He was that
Yes.
creep.
Okay.
Yeah,
He
was the one who was talking about like victim shaming, about how they were gross and they had
Oh,
cheated.
yeah.
That
Okay.
fucking scumbag.
So
So
do you recall
this
at
guy
least denoting that
prosecuted him,
in
and
your
it's
report?
interesting.
The report
He had a
denotes a left
completely
posterior
different
torso
demeanor
wound,
in that
which is the
trial
back of the
than he
body.
does in this one. Completely.
Was it in the
Okay.
same state?
Yeah.
Was that,
Nevada.
I didn't know if
Nevada
maybe he was
Pro-
special
Yeah.
I just
prosecutor
want to make
brought
sure I'm
in.
getting
County.
the numbers correct.
Completely different
You had
persona
indicated
in that case.
previously there was a
It's
left
really
lateral injury that hit the hemidiaphragm and the hilum. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your report, do you note that as 7 or 6?
Number 7 is denoted as left lateral torso, and then number 6 is left posterior torso.
Congratulations,
It appears
Jen.
on the report,
Yes.
and my apologies.
Anniversaries
the
are
left
real
posterior
holidays that
torso
should be
wound
celebrated,
is the
especially
wound
your
that
20th.
perforates the diaphragm and hilum of the kidney.
Okay. So so posterior means back.
Back.
Okay. So there's an injury. So just so we're clear, on his left back, there's an injury. It's a stab wound, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those are the ones that perforated the hemidiaphragm and the hilum.
I mean,
Correct.
I would much prefer her
So
being like,
That's
how many
one we
stab
haven't
wounds and
seen
where
that
were
in the
they?
picture. You denoted the second lateral one. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the damage with respect to that left lateral torso, was that more superficial in nature?
Yes, it involved only the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
Okay.
Way to go, Pam. Pammy, yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 193. Are there any injuries here that you noted?
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the posterior neck.
Okay. Could you circle where those are?
Sure. We have one here and one here.
Right. Publishing 192. What are we looking at here?
This defendant's in
Again,
jail.
this
If
is the
that's what we're talking
posterior
about.
or back portion of the body, and we have 2 stab wounds as well, here and then here as well.
So that last one you just circled, is that the left posterior
Oh, there he
one that
goes
you're
with his face. He's
describing
gonna cry.
that hits,
He's gonna cry.
I'm gonna butcher that. I want to look at my notes. The hemidiaphragm as well as the hilum.
Yes,
Okay, so that's the one you were talking about previously.
correct.
Okay. This superior one up here, what was the wound track on that?
Again, involves the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
Okay, and then I'm just re-showing 193.
He's actually making the
These two
face.
up here. What sort of damage
really
did that
thinking?
create?
Both are going to involve the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
All right.
It's like, how much longer do I have to keep
Publishing
making these
194.
faces?
Is this the right side? Is this the right side of Mr. Gehrman's body?
Yes.
And what do we see on the right side that was of note for your investigation or your examination of Mr. Gehrman?
So here in the center of the photograph, there is a linear abrasion, which is like a scrape or scratch-like injury.
Okay.
I know. I'm waiting for the end, like for him to tell
I
us how
want
many
to
stab wounds were
now
all together.
Focus on Mr. Gehrman's hands. I'm going to focus on the right hand What did you note with respect to his right hand and his right forearm?
There were multiple, approximately 3 incised wounds to the right hand and forearm.
Publishing 201. Could you circle where you see any potential, or where you see
absolutely do not
injuries
think
on
so.
Mr. Garrett's hand?
Like he
Yes.
just is
So
trying
there's
to
one here.
portray
I
someone
believe
who's
there's one here as well. It's a slightly
upset by having to look at the
overexposed.
pictures. Someone who's never seen such a thing and would never do such a thing.
But you're noting here and here, is that correct?
Correct.
And for the record, there's
But
a
we all
seems
know
to
the
be,
truth.
kind of near the right index finger, a laceration. And she's also noting an injury to the inside of his right thumb near the base. Have you ever heard the term defensive type injuries or defensive wounds?
Yes.
In your line of work, what does that mean?
They're wounds that characteristically are seen when a victim is attempting to either defend themselves actively or passively.
Did you make a determination based on your training and experience that these wounds here were most likely representative of a defensive type injury?
Yes, they could be consistent with defensive type wounds.
Publishing 202, we're now looking at his right forearm. Is there an injury noted here?
Yes.
Could you circle it?
There's a small incised wound here in the middle of the photograph.
Okay. Publishing 203, is this a more close-up view of that same injury?
Yes.
In your opinion, was this also consistent with a defensive wound?
It could be.
Turning to his left hand and forearm, did you also note injuries on his left hand and his left forearm?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing 199, could you show us where any injuries are depicted in that photograph?
There's an incised wound here on the dorsal aspect of the thumb.
Okay, is that dorsal mean top?
Yes.
Okay. And publishing 200. What did you note here?
And then again, there is an incised wound to the forearm.
Okay, could you circle it for us?
Yes.
In your opinion, based on your training experience, did you also make a determination that these injuries to the left forearm and to the left hand are also consistent with defensive type wounds?
Yes, they could be.
Lastly, did you make a series of notations about a variety of other bruises or contusions or potentially even smaller lacerations throughout Mr. Dermott's body?
Yes.
And publishing 188, do we see some of those in this photograph?
Yes.
And generally, where are these injuries?
So scattered predominantly across the forehead are some minor abrasions, or again, these scrape or scratch-like injuries.
If you could, just take your mouse and just show us what you're speaking about.
Etc.
Okay.
What's that? What's
When
the
you
new whack
concluded your
one?
examination, did
Sweetheart
you reach
Day
a
or
determination as
Sweetest
to
Day?
what the
What
cause
is
and
that?
manner of death was with respect to
Isn't
Jeffrey
that the
Dermott?
same thing as
Yes.
Couples Day?
And
I know.
what was
Sweetest
the
Day?
cause of
Isn't
death?
that one the new?
Multiple sharp
Walmart made
force
that one up
injuries,
like 10 years ago.
And what was the
There's a
manner of death?
homicide.
And in lay terms, what does homicide mean?
Homicide means death at the hands of another.
Thank you. I have no further questions to the case. Yes, thank you.
So he never even told us how many there were.
Doctor, how many
There you go.
stab wounds were on the body?
7.
Sorry, I have to do some math in my head. I believe there are 6 stab wounds.
And how many slicing wounds, slashing wounds?
Incisions.
7 incised wounds.
Okay, so we have 6 and 7, 13.
Yes.
You had given testimony concerning it appeared to be a slashing wound to the front of the neck, correct?
Incised wound, yes.
And I'm referring specifically to State's Exhibit 189. I'm sorry. That would be the wound right here, correct?
Correct.
You would testify that that would have severed the carotid artery, correct?
It did sever the carotid artery, yes.
It did.
Yes,
And you would testify that that would be the primary source, the main source of blood to the brain.
correct.
Safe to say that in so doing, having been severed, that would have emitted a substantial amount of blood.
It could have, yes.
Through your examination of the body, were you able to determine whether this wound had occurred in a standing position, laying position?
No,
But assuming that it would have been a decisive wound or a primary cause of death wound, it would be safe to assume that Mr. Gehrman was standing. Fair to say?
I would not assume that, no.
No. So it's your testimony then that he could have basically received a fatal cut and gotten back up or been down. You're unaware as to the order. Fair to say?
Correct.
Of the 13 wounds suffered, would it be your characterization?
Dude,
that this
cracking
would
the
be
case,
most
babe.
serious?
Cracking the
It
case.
is one of the more significant wounds, yes.
The other wound being to the left side of the body,
Yes,
near the heart,
yes,
and that would have been the second most grievous of the
I
second
agree,
most serious
Shannon.
wound that this.
You are
that
the
Mr. Gehrman was
OG of
suffering,
all
correct?
I would
OGs.
say that it is another significant wound, yes.
And is it also fair to say that given the location of the wound and the type of the wound, again, that would have emitted a
there
great
an echo in here?
blood?
Can you be more specific about where?
Would you expect that cut to bleed, that stab wound to bleed?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially. Would
Potentially.
you expect it not to bleed?
There are certain circumstances, yes, where a lot of blood might not be produced.
And what would those circumstances be?
Are they present here?
Bleeding could be externally or internally. So I guess we'd have to delineate which one you're asking about.
You obviously performed the autopsy in this case. Did you see any signs of internal bleeding?
Yes,
And how significant was the internal bleeding?
there was a small amount of blood.
A small amount. So it would be safe to assume that the bleeding was exterior. I mean, it would have left the body, correct?
It could have.
Okay. It would be, for a person to bleed a fair amount from this wound would be consistent with the wound received. I mean, you have no reason to believe that it didn't bleed a fair amount.
Correct.
Same question concerning the wound to the neck. I mean, it's safe to assume that would have bled a lot because there were no signs of internal bleeding concerning that wound, correct?
There were signs of internal bleeding
But a small amount versus a large amount.
at the time of the autopsy, correct.
Okay. So again, we'd have small internal bleeding, not major.
See, if this is Allison and I in trial, like I'm sitting at counsel table while Allison's up there, and I'm like, okay, dude, no more questions.
I mean,
Allie,
he
No more questions.
I think he's got a plan, but she's just not giving him what she wants. I think he's trying
Plan?
he's
What
trying to
if
establish this height thing. Like, I think he's trying to establish. That's why he was asking, like, was he standing? Because do we know how tall the victim was?
I think he was substantially taller than Boss Baby.
I was just wondering how much, because
Like I think Boss Baby's like 5'5", 5'6".
5'6", they
It's a-
said,
it's
right?
diminutive, yeah.
Right. So because of that, if he's standing, some of these injuries would be hard to.
Yeah, I ain't feeling it. I ain't feeling it.
And also,
sis.
the external bleeding goes to how much blood would have been on him, just pouring down on him as he was, so far below.
All over his safety jacket. Safety dance. Safety dance. Okay, let's go. Be back.
Internal bleeding as to the two major wounds that occurred, correct?
At the time of the autopsy, yes.
Wow, jeez.
Based upon your examination of the body, specifically the incise wounds, are you able to give an opinion as to the type of murder weapon or the weapon that caused these wounds?
No, other than sharp force injury which would be due to a tool or implement with a sharp cutting edge. No.
Were any wounds particularly deep? What were the depth of them? And then let's focus on the, outside of the defensive wounds, which obviously wouldn't give you an indication, but the two primary wounds.
The deepest wound, I believe, was measured at approximately 3 inches in depth.
3. And as far as the
Let me take a note of that.
instrument, you can't give any opinion. Jagged edge, straight edge, anything of that nature.
Correct.
They just refuse to try.
Safe to say
I
that
know.
the instrument was not longer, assuming it was a knife blade, longer than 3 inches, based upon your examination of the body.
Could you ask the question again, please?
Absolutely. Safe to assume that based upon your examination of the body, and assuming this was a knife wound,
Oh, hell yeah.
safe to say that
Because he made the
blade of
new, the
knife would not
updated
be longer than 3 inches.
RDF meme or
It is not
emoji.
safe to assume that.
And please explain why.
So the depth of the wound does not directly correlate to the length of the blade. Someone can
Good job,
use
Des.
full force, push a blade directly all the way to its hilt into a decedent, therefore creating a depth longer than the actual blade. Or the blade could not be pushed in fully, which would then create a wound that is not as long as the full length of the blade.
And in this case, would there be any indication, assuming the knife had been pushed in, that it was not be able to be pushed in completely? Anything would have blocked its path or the trajectory?
Could you repeat the question again?
Absolutely. Nothing to show that, let's say a person was attempting to stab into the body. Is there anything to show or that would have stopped, let's say, the intrusion of the blade?
I don't have any evidence of that on autopsy examination.
And again, you gave testimony that perhaps the blade could have been shorter, but then made a deeper intrusion.
It's possible.
In this case, there's nothing to indicate that, based upon your review of the body.
Correct.
So based upon your review and your examination,
It's not me.
3-inch
I'm not
wound is the
scribbling
deepest.
notes.
Fair to say?
This lawyer,
Correct.
the lawyer is scribbling notes.
Nothing to indicate that it could have, assuming it was a blade, could have been longer, correct?
It could have, yes.
But at the time of the autopsy, and are you aware of any other examinations that may have occurred to the body prior to your examination?
Correct.
You're not aware of any, are you?
No.
So obviously then we're basically limited to your examination of the body and the conclusion reached by your examination of the body.
Yes.
And at the time of your examination of the body, there was little internal bleeding. Fair to say?
Yes.
So it's fair to assume that the bleeding again would not have been internal, it would have been external bleeding. I mean, the bleeding caused by these wounds inflicted.
It is one possibility, yes.
God, I hate when they fight over something that there's no, if it's not there
At what
internally,
time did
it was
you
external.
Conduct your examination of the body.
I don't recall.
You got a report
Can you
there?
Call the date.
It would be September 4th, 2022.
And who was present when you examined the body?
Along with the forensic technicians that are part of my staff, there's a member of law enforcement present as well.
And do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Detective Hawkins.
Is that who planted the DNA under the fingernails? Were you watching when he
Mr.
planted?
Hamner had asked you concerning the hands. You recall, the body coming in a sealed bag, and there was a question concerning the processing of the nails. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
It was your testimony that you did not recall the nails being processed upon your review of the body.
Correct. The clipping of fingernails is not something that is within my job duties. Our forensic technicians perform that task.
Okay.
And I believe that those are given then to Metro or law enforcement.
And when you viewed the body, obviously the hands were not bagged, correct?
Correct.
And you did not remove any bagging from the hands.
Me personally, no.
But what about when you put the DNA under the nails?
have no further questions.
Yes, yes, indeed.
So just to touch on that clippings question, so that's a process that essentially happens before you kind of take over to do your examination.
Before?
Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions about the number of wounds and injuries. One of the things I wanted to touch on, I'm going to publish 189. Does he appear to be in a state of decomposition?
Yes.
Okay, is that why we see some skin slippage and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay, that was just something that wasn't covered. I wanted to at least address that. Can that
Oh,
be
objection.
affected by sitting out in the hot sun?
Yes.
Okay, and this
Outside the
was
scope.
September. This is in early September.
get all
I think it
his
was done
stuff
on,
he
yours
forgot
was
in.
done on the 4th. Is that correct?
Holy
Correct.
shit, this
Okay.
guy looks like Rob Schneider.
There were questions on
Over it.
cross-examination about the fact that there were, I think you were asked to count up the number of injuries. Remember that? I think you came up with 13.
Yes.
Okay. But to be clear, one of the injuries literally is a slashing of his throat, correct?
An incised wound of the neck. Yes.
Okay. Which could be performed with a slashing motion potentially, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. But let's be honest, that injury literally severs his carotid artery.
Yes.
Okay. There is literally a stab wound that pierces his heart.
Correct.
And then there's multiple stab wounds to his back, correct?
Correct.
There's stab wounds
I think
to his
that's where it
side, on
started.
both sides, or at least there's lacerations on one side and
He made
stabs
some
on the
kind of
other,
weird
correct?
noise, got
There's
him
an
out there,
abrasion
was
on the right
hiding.
side and 2 stab wounds on the left.
Okay. So there's multiple stabs, and then there's multiple
Real,
cuts,
Joe.
incisions.
You can
Throughout the
do
body.
it.
There are multiple incisions on the upper extremities. Yes.
And then there was one other question about how he was asking about, well, trying to estimate the length of a blade, right? And I think you had said that's not the length of a wound is not really a good measurement to determine the length of the blade because certain circumstances can be at play that can affect the depth of the injury, correct?
Correct.
And one of the things I think you said was sometimes a blade may not go all the way in. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that one of the things you noted was, well, then let me rephrase. You examined his hands, correct?
Yes.
His hands
Objection.
have injuries on them, do they not?
Yes.
And in your opinion, what type of wounds are those characteristic of?
They could be
Defensive wounds.
consistent with defensive type injuries.
And that is where a victim is trying to protect himself from being injured.
That is one instance. Yes.
And this individual is being stabbed multiple times.
Yes.
And he had injuries to his hands as he was being attacked.
There are injuries to his hands.
Okay, no further questions.
Any class?
Just briefly, in reference to the incisors, the stab wounds, length of the blade, if it was in fact a blade. Again, there was no bruising around the entry point of the wound to indicate perhaps something being stopped, like say the hilt of a knife, assuming it was a knife. Fair to say?
I did not identify any bruising around the areas of the stab wounds. Evaluation was limited slightly by the stages of decomposition of the body.
Obviously, if you had a body and there were multiple stab wounds and you saw multiple bruising type injuries, that would indicate obviously there was a stopping point, correct?
It could be consistent with something else hitting that area.
Okay. The hilt of a knife, perhaps.
Could be, yes.
And in this case, the deepest wound was a 3-inch stab wound, correct?
It was measured at approximately 3 inches, yes.
Could have been a little less.
Yes.
Just stop.
You gave an example wherein a shorter blade could have been used, and based upon your testimony, a shorter blade could have been used in this case.
Yes.
You just said that there was no bruising, though.
Again, the cut to the neck, we would expect that to bleed substantially.
It would be my expectation, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here, and you may call your next witness.
Jennifer Manning.
Jennifer Manning, everybody. I'm feeling DNA.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Not
Please
the
state and
DNA.
spell your first and last name for the record.
First name Jennifer, Jennifer. Last name Manning, Manning.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. How are you employed?
As a senior crime scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And we've had a couple crime scene analysts testify ahead of you, but can you give us your explanation of what a crime scene analyst does?
Sure. At first, we're requested to crime scenes by patrol officers or detectives, and our primary responsibility is for the documentation of that scene, which would entail detailed note-taking of the scene, photography, identification, location, and preservation of any evidence that we find. If there's anything to fingerprint process, we will process that. In major cases, we'll complete a diagram. And at the end of everything, reports are completed and turned in.
Okay. And you're a senior crime scene analyst?
Yes.
And we've heard testimony before that you have to have a certain amount of experience and proficiency in order to be a senior crime scene analyst?
Yes.
Do crime scene analysts attend autopsies?
Yes, we do.
What is the role of a crime scene analyst at autopsy?
So autopsy is really an
All right,
extension of the
there's
original crime
double the
scene.
people
It'll give
here
us
than
an
we've had
opportunity
thumbs up.
to
So I'm
search
going to
for
watch the
and collect
numbers.
any additional
I
evidence
hope
that might be
they
present.
increase. Got to
Okay.
minimize the chat.
On
Thumbs up.
September the 4th of 2022, did you attend the autopsy of Jeff Gehrman?
Yes, I did.
Let me ask you, the crime scene or the body of Mr. Gehrman was discovered at his home on September the 3rd. Did you report to that scene at all?
No, I did not.
How was it that you came to be the person that reported on the 4th for his autopsy?
We have a rotation of crime scene analysts who can actually go to autopsies, and I was next up on the rotation.
Is it just kind of random?
Jumping
Yes.
up, jumping
Okay.
up.
When you're the
I love it when
person
guys listening.
assigned to go to an autopsy, I
Thanks,
assume
guys.
you go into work that day, and that's when you learn that you're going to be the person going to the autopsy?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And once you realize you have that assignment, what do you do in order to prepare to attend the autopsy?
Well, when we get down to the coroner's office, we will log our visitation for that day. And for me, it was autopsy that day. We do have lockers down there that are designated
Everybody's
for
doing it, babe.
LVP personnel that houses our PPE. So I would get gowned up in
Huh?
all the personal protective
Hitting the
equipment
like button.
prior to entering into the ID processing room.
Okay. And I assume at the coroner's office, you can't just walk in and say, I'm here and I'd like to attend an autopsy. They have to let you in?
Yes.
Okay. And you said PPE, and I think we all probably know what that is. But can you describe what you wear
Hey.
for an autopsy?
Yes, I always wear a hairnet, mask. I wear a gown. It covers over 3/4 of my body. Booties over my shoes, in addition to
Booties.
Okay.
For all those
And
who hit
when
that like.
you get all, as you said, gowned up, what's the next thing that happens at an autopsy for a crime scene analyst?
So when we enter the processing room, I'll get all my supplies ready for the collection of the evidence that may happen during the autopsy.
Okay. And what are those supplies just generally?
So I'll do an envelope for the handbags. I'll get a larger bag ready for like the sheet, kind of like this size of bag. I will get little coin envelopes ready for fingernail clippings, swabs ready to do any sort of swabs.
And are there standard samples that Metro takes from an individual as they present at autopsy? Like standard evidence samples, I guess, from their body?
Yes, we always, well, I shouldn't say always, but typically, given the case, there's handbags on there. So we'll collect the handbags. We will do hand swabs We'll collect fingernails. We also will take a buccal swab, which is a DNA sample.
Okay. And are you working with the coroner's office forensic techs in order to kind of get your evidence, and they're doing their job as well?
Yes.
And are you both separately taking photographs?
Yes, we are.
Prior to you showing up at the autopsy, do you know what forensic tech you're going to be working with for the autopsy?
No, I don't.
Okay, so that's random too?
Yes.
Okay. When the body first presents at autopsy, do you take any note as to whether or not the seal of the body bag is intact?
Yes, I do.
And that's part of your responsibilities with Metro?
That is correct. So my first photography, my first photo of it would be to show the body bag and then to show that the seal is intact.
Okay. And then after, I assume the seal's broken and that's when the processing starts?
Yes.
And then that's when you're working with the forensic techs?
Yes.
And can you kind of describe how that, like if we were watching, what would that look like?
So after the seal is cut, the forensic technician will open up the body bag. We'll take a series of photos to show the condition of what we see.
The condition of the person?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at this autopsy for Mr. Gehrman, did you notice any defects or any damage to the handbags or the bags that were on his hands or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. And no problem, you didn't see any defects or signs that the body bag itself had been compromised?
That is correct.
Okay. So I assume you're taking photographs of this first step that you described?
Yes.
Okay. And then we've heard testimony that it's
Great
kind of done
minds.
in
Great.
layers. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay. And so the first layer is just, I assume, how the person presents with their clothes on as is, or however they appeared at the scene?
Yes.
What's after that?
So after that is when we'll do the collection of the handbags, the swabs of the hands, the fingernail clippings.
And when you do the swabs of the hands, can you describe for the members of the jury what you're using to swab the hands and what area of the hand that you swab?
So it's a cotton swab that is in a sealed package. I would put 2 drops of molecular water on there, and then I would swab all around the fingers, the palm, around the nails, and the web of the hand.
Okay. And this is probably obvious, but I assume that the swabs are new for each autopsy, like everything's fresh equipment.
Yes.
And you swab all over all areas of the hands?
Yes.
And then I think you mentioned that fingernail clippings are collected as well?
Yes.
What does that look like? How do you collect those at an autopsy working with the forensic techs?
So the forensic technician will clean and disinfect a pair of scissors, and I'll be right there with them with a little coin envelope. And for him to, after he cuts each fingernail, it will go inside the coin envelope. I do one for the right hand and a separate one for the left hand.
Okay. And so it just goes right from sort of being clipped off the person into your envelope?
Yes.
And you actually are the person that observes them disinfect or clean the scissors that are going to be used?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you collect those envelopes of the fingernail clippings, what do you do with those?
I close that up and then I put it into a little bit larger envelope that we call a biological envelope, and I seal those.
Okay. And that's indicating that the substance inside the evidence bag is biological?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do with clothing of a decedent at autopsy?
So the coroner's office has clean sheets, so I will lay out a clean sheet. That's part of the one prepping process. And then after I get the buccal swab, then we will lay out the clothing.
In this case with Mr. Gehrman's clothing, how would you describe it? Was it dry
It's a
or
buccal
wet?
swabber,
Or
not a
what did it
buccal
look
swabber.
like to you?
It was saturated with blood and had a little bit of decomp fluid on it.
So decomposition fluid and blood on it as well?
Yes.
When you have clothing like that, how as a crime scene analyst do you address that in terms of impounding it as evidence?
So we have biohazard drying closets back in the crime scene investigation section. So I would hang up the clothing and the sheet to dry. So typically we'll take 1 to 2 days to dry.
Okay. So in terms of the samples of like the hand swabs and the fingernail clippings, after you collect those from autopsy, I think you said they're in small envelopes, then in a larger envelope, and then are they in an evidence bag after that, or an
Yes.
evidence envelope?
Yes.
What do you do with that envelope in terms of ensuring that it's not compromised?
I would put in evidence, a red evidence seal on the back of the package. I would sign up the date that I am sealing it, and then my initials and P number.
Okay, and then where does that go?
We have a log, so we will log it back at the CSI section. And then we have a secure chute that we'll drop our evidence down into.
So once you drop that evidence down that chute, are you able, or is anybody able to grab that piece of evidence back up?
Supervisor and above would have access to the room.
Okay. And would they have to sign something saying, hey, I recalled an evidence envelope?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, after you dropped those swabs and fingernail clippings down that evidence chute, did you ever have contact with that evidence again?
No.
And as you left that envelope, it was sealed?
Yes.
Okay. His clothing that you talked about that was in the, I think you called drying closets?
Yes.
What happened with that?
I was able to seal that up 2 days later.
Okay, so that would have been on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, the autopsy was on the 4th, and so the swabs of the hands and the fingernail clippings would have been deposited into that evidence chute on the 4th?
That is correct.
And no contact with that after?
Correct.
And then you waited for the clothes to be dried, and then that was deposited on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Well, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? And I've shown these photographs just for the record to Mr. Droskovich. So Ms. Manning, I'm showing you what's been marked as states proposed 162 to 176. Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Okay.
Babe.
Okay.
Looking through those, do those appear to be just a portion of the photos that you took at the autopsy of Mr. Gorman and some
Like
of his
not
clothing?
cheese and stuff, Julie, but
State
we'll have
moves to admit
stickers and
162 to
stuff like that.
176.
We're going to work on it.
And then while I'm up here, I'm going to have you look at states proposed 177 through 187. Do those appear to be photographs that you took of the defendant on September 7th of 2022?
Yes.
I move to admit 177 to 187.
No objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you.
Look how he changed his face.
Ms. Manning, I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 162.
Hey, is that
Looking at that photograph, can you describe
kind that
to the
was
members of the jury what we're looking at?
messaging us about what was going on in the courtroom?
That is the decedent's right arm.
Okay, and it would have been obviously
There was a woman back there.
that hand, or well, you actually did it for both hands, that the fingernail clippings and hand swabs were taken,
Yes.
both hands. This is states 163, which is just sort of a closer version. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And now I'm putting on the overhead states 165. That also appears to be the decedent's hand.
Yes.
And to be clear, it's the technician who actually, with the scissors, who actually cuts the fingernails, and then you hold your envelope waiting for it to drop in.
That is correct.
While it was
And that procedure
dropping,
was followed in the
that's when you
autopsy of
planted
Mr.
the
Garman.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the
DNA.
overhead now states 166. What are we looking at in that photograph?
So this is the sheet that I was referring to, and then the clothing that was removed from the decedent.
Okay, and the sheet is in the upper left kind of corner of the sheet of the photograph?
Yes, that is the sheet that was wrapped around the decedent.
Okay, and then
There
that's
it
the
is.
clothing he was wearing?
PB.
Yes,
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 167.
His little underwear.
What are we looking at there?
that is the shorts that were removed from the decedent.
And it looks like there's some car keys
Oh,
there,
from the
or
decedent.
keys.
Sorry.
Is that correct?
I didn't
That
mean
is
to
correct.
knock
There
him
were
away.
keys in the right
Jeez.
pocket.
I thought they
And
were
you
talking
photograph
about
that as
baby
it presents
boss,
to you
baby,
when
whatever.
you're attending the autopsy?
Yes,
I'm now putting on the overhead, states 169. What are we looking at there?
that is the shirt that the decedent was wearing.
And now I'm showing
It's pretty
you,
much drenched in
states
external
171.
bleeding.
Still appears to be the shirt, but there are these yellow kind of markers on it. What are those?
Those are scaled arrows that we will put on an item to mark the potential areas for defects.
And by defects, it's something in the fabric like hole or something like that.
That is correct.
I'm putting on the overhead now.
Do you have any time to bloop bloop any of there? Oh, no. Never mind.
173.
I don't think I have any
Does
blue.
that appear to be a
I
closer
thought
view
Joe
of one
was
of those markers
asking
and
for
a
us to bloop
defect?
through, but
Yes,
And so by those markers, you're trying to draw the viewer's attention to
pretty
where
small
there's
knife.
something in the clothing that may be noteworthy, right?
that is correct.
You also collected Mr. Garman's shoes.
Yes,
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 175. Do those appear to be the shoes?
they are.
Okay. And states 176 appear to be the backs of his shoes.
Yes, that is correct.
Now,
doesn't appear to be much blood on the
after
shoes.
we talked about all of the evidence you impounded at autopsy, and I think you mentioned this, but I just want to double check. At autopsy, you also took a buccal swab of Mr. Garman,
Yes, I did.
and I assume that was to collect a DNA sample from him?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to move forward in time to September 7th. On that date, were you asked to go to the Summerlin Area Command to take pictures of an individual?
Yes, I was.
And is that person Robert Tellis?
Yes,
You took a series of photos of him at the direction of Detective Gaddis?
yes,
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 177. Is that one of the photographs you took of Mr. Tellis on September 7th?
yes,
And when you were documenting his physical condition,
Justice,
do you
would you
have him
Find
like turn to the
a
right? You know, so you
huge
can get
hamburger
different
type
aspects of his
wound
body?
on his finger.
yes, we will take full body shots, the front, both sides, and the back.
Okay. And this is states 178, just another view, but more sideways.
That is correct.
Look, he's sucking in his gut there. He wanted
States
to look good.
179, the
Oh,
back
look, look. Oh my gosh.
is correct.
Oh my gosh. He's so, oh Lord.
And
I feel
states
so bad for him.
180.
Look at him. Just a
Um,
poor innocent
when
baby.
you were photographing him, was one of the purposes of photographing him to
I
note
remember
any
when that
potential
horrible thing
injuries
happened to
that he
me.
had
You
on his
arrested me.
person?
Yes,
Do you recall if there were any injuries to him?
there were a couple of injuries. He had a Band-Aid on the left ring finger, an injury on the left middle finger, an injury on the right ring finger, and a bruise on the right shoulder.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 182. You said he had a Band-Aid on his left ring finger.
Yes,
Do you see that in the photograph?
yes, I do.
Can you move that mouse in front of you and just kind of direct the jurors? Did you ask him or did you direct him to remove that Band-Aid?
Yes,
This is states 184. And that's the hand with the Band-Aid removed.
that is
Oh.
correct.
Got himself good.
And this is states 186. Little closer view, is that fair?
Yes, with our scale in there.
Okay.
Oof. Got
Were you
got the
also
nail and all
on
kinds of
September the 7th, did you also collect a buccal swab from Mr. Tellis.
Yes, I did.
And I'm not sure if we covered this, but what does a buccal swab look like?
So it's a self-contained kit. Inside the kit has 2 sealed cotton swabs. So you would take those out and swab one side of the cheek with one cotton swab and swab the other side of the cheek with another cotton swab.
I don't know if he
And then
has
there's
yet.
a
If
little
anyone else
box that you would
knows.
put the cotton
He said
swabs
something
into.
pre-trial.
And after you do that, then you would seal up the kit.
So once you got his buccal swab on September the 7th, did you have a
I
specific
think they must have
instructions on
snuck
what
in
to do
and
with
put him
it?
up.
I was to respond back to the crime scene investigation section to get those impounded.
Okay, and was there any like sense of urgency or to do it quicker than normal, or you just were driving straight back? You would have done that anyway.
For sure.
You tell me. That was a bad
Yes, I
question.
was advised to head back to the CSI section.
Okay, as soon as you got the buccal swab?
Yes,
Okay, and you did that, I assume?
yes,
And that was, none of the evidence or his buccal swab wasn't compromised from the Summerlin Area Command to where you ultimately impounded it?
no.
Well, except when you tainted it, changed his
Thank you very
DNA.
much. I'll-
Painting, planting.
Hey, do you want to switch now?
Thank you.
Yeah, switch it real quick. All right, so I'll pause it. So it's right at the beginning of the cross.
I know, I saw. Hmm. I gotta make sure I don't have any sort of boosting on here yet. Or do I want the boosting on? I do want it on. Okay, so I'll turn it on. Hopefully I can hear myself. Oops.
Looking at that photograph, can you just
There were a couple of injuries. He had a
Inform us what's. Yes, thank you. Ms. Manning, you were asked to bring that bag with you to court today, correct?
correct.
And if you could inform us what's contained within that bag.
So inside this bag is a pair of jeans that I recovered from the defendant.
Okay. You brought that from the evidence vault today?
Yes,
I would ask her to lodge that with the court. Defense Exhibit A, would be great. Thank you.
The state's probably like, thanks, man. I
Do you
forgot
wanna
to do that.
have it now, or-
She wanted it open?
We intend addressing that later. I mean, by stipulation, we could, or state's pleasure. Absolutely.
Doesn't have any gloves here.
Since she's here, we'll take advantage. We could have her open it now, please.
Okay, all right.
Well, she has gloves. Hey, babe, talk
Hi,
again.
hi. How you doing? What's happening? What's the good word? What is the good word?
You can do it, Nikki! Kick him in his hairy balls! You can...
Do you have a baggage world of baggage?
I do not.
There you go. Oh, Rob Schneider.
You're up there twice down here. Look at you. Hello. Oh, I see that.
Did you switch it out?
Yeah, stop sharing your screen.
Oh, okay. Let's see. There we go. That was smooth, girl. Smooth. Look at us crushing tack.
I didn't know what they really wanted in so badly. How this is helping the defense.
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
I love to play that when they show him.
Do it again.
Like we did last summer.
Why are there 2 bags? That's framed. That
Why
one's
is there a
super easy to
bag?
open. I could stick it into another bag whenever they want. What? Get out of here. Not guilty. Sorry, guys.
Andy was a good
Framed.
one. Framed job.
Not even. What? I've never seen such a thing, to be perfectly honest.
Whose pants are those? Tell us.
Yeah. See how they look like a small child's?
Ma'am, did you notice a giant shit stain in the ass area of
You
those
have to lodge
jeans?
that with the court.
No objection.
Yes, please. We'd move to admit by stipulate, yes.
Now, can you explain to me, when did it get into the bigger bag? And why was it so easy to open the inside bag?
Ma'am, did you find a cucumber duct taped in the penile area of those jeans?
No, thank you very much.
Wow, babe.
Now, you
Wow.
photographed these pants, correct?
I could
Yes, I
totally
did.
see this guy doing that stuff.
You
in
were
his
aware that those
drawers.
pants were taken from Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes,
And they were taken pursuant to a warrant. to
that
your
is correct.
knowledge. Did you process those pants?
No, I did not.
Did you get his DNA off of them? Put it under the nails.
Turning your attention to the photographs shown of you of Mr. Tellis. We'll start with State's Exhibit 177. You took the photograph, correct?
Yes, I did.
You noticed no injuries to his, other than the one near his ring finger, any injuries to his arms, neck, anything like that, his face?
Oh, the other one's on his hands.
Not in this photo, just
Okay.
the ones on his hands.
And we were shown those just moments ago, correct?
Correct.
Same question, State's Exhibit 178.
That is correct. No injuries.
State's Exhibit 179.
The same.
State's Exhibit 180. Same question, no injuries, neck, arms, anything like that.
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 181.
The same.
Now, in this photograph, his shirt's off, correct?
That is correct.
And you took photographs of his shirt off as well, did you not?
I did.
But you've not been asked any testimony concerning those photographs today, have you?
No, I
There he
have
is again. Oh my goodness.
Do you recall what photographs, how many photographs you took of
traumatized
their
by my arrest.
torso, front and back? The rest of his body?
not. I do not.
You took several.
I did
Fair to
take
say?
several, yes.
If we could approach the bench, please.
The heck is a dinklage?
Anklage?
Dinklage.
Dinklage?
Maybe
Peter
Josh
Dinklage?
is from a different country.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Peter Dinklage, the actor from Game of Thrones.
Don't you need to leave?
Oh, yeah. All right.
Bye.
I'll be back. Y'all can watch
Soon.
me on Court TV. All right, bye.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Fair to say there were photographs taken of his body, correct?
That is correct.
That you then made available to the primary detective in this case?
Yes,
Okay, we'll get to those later on then. But you agree with me that you didn't see any scratch marks, any wounds?
just the bruise on the right shoulder.
Okay, and again, we will have a photograph of that we don't have today, but it was a minor bruise, correct?
Correct.
Unable to say what time that bruise may or may not have occurred, correct?
That is correct.
No, so I'm clear, you were present for the processing of Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Yes,
And yet you were also present during the gathering of evidence for Mr. Tillis.
yes,
There's a number of people that are in this rotation that you had made reference to that you just happened to appear for, correct? Concerning the investigation of this matter.
yes, that is correct.
Yet you, being a crime scene investigator, were present in reference to both gentlemen, correct?
Correct.
How many total photographs did you take of Mr. Tillis?
I do not recall.
Is it before or after you framed him?
Do you recall when these photographs were taken?
They were taking, I arrived at 8:25, so after that time.
In reference to the bagging of the hands, I'm sorry, the collection of the fingernails of Mr. Gehrman, approximately
When you
what time did
planted
that occur?
DNA there, what time was that?
The bag was cut, the seal was cut at 7:25, and I was done with autopsy at 10:50, so sometime in there. You'd have to look up the metadata on the photograph.
You were not present at Mr. Gehrman's home, correct?
Oh,
No, I was not.
You're not aware of who was, fair to say?
I know some members of my other squad.
Okay, but you're not able to tell us today, correct?
Was that for the search warrant?
Were you wearing the same gloves?
Stephanie Smithson was there, my supervisor, Moretta McIntyre, director, Kristen Gramis.
And that was at the execution of the warrant, correct?
That is correct.
Concerning Mr. Tillis, correct?
Yes,
And you'd also testified that once this evidence is put down through the chute, that supervisors have access to the evidence, correct?
correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
She's gonna sign.
We don't, Ms. Manning, if you can wait on break so we can sign over chain of custody.
Okay, we'll just take a break now. At this time, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation. You.
Anybody see how long she said they were going to be? So I don't know what he was trying to accomplish there with that, but it was real compelling. I think we were all very compelled by that cross-examination. I'm assuming it's like a 15-minute type of recess. They are definitely not done for the day. At least I don't think so, unless I missed something. But let's see. Did we already discuss this about how Shannon became a new member? And then we've got to, since there's no one here to give you a family hug, I really need to graduate from associate to whatever the next step up is. Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know any of that stuff. We got to find out all the way it all works. We'll have to have Bob give you a family hug when he gets back for sure. Dom's mom. There's another cheer here too. Let's see, where did that one go? I guess that's not bad either. I wonder if that Nita Megapint is still in the courtroom. She's got any updates for us about juror responses or jurors' reactions, faces, anything like that? Yeah. Okay. This is wonderful. Get a recess. Well, it's just me. Someone asked me something interesting. 15 minutes. We got to buy 15 minutes. Maybe if the trial's over soon enough, Tellez can help Sarah Boone. Michelle Salter says that. Allie, it is my dream that you will someday love family hugs as much as the rest of us. I'm giving in. I love them. But I was trying to click on that one. I mean, she'd probably take it. I don't know. She'd probably take the help. What is the defense going to do with this witness? I don't know what they've done with any of the witnesses. I think that I just don't know what they're going to try to establish, that the whole framing thing, just kind of like a loose, you weren't watching all the evidence all the time and you don't know what happened to this bag before, and it's just too vague, and it's not connected to the police. It's very, very different than Karen Reed or even Avery, where it's like you have this police connection, who was there, who could have done it, but to just be like, somebody wanted to frame him to get him out of the way, and somehow the police got roped into it. It's just not, it's not, it just doesn't track, and Kraken Studio asks me to talk about another case that perplexed me, and I'm not good at thinking on the spot about our cases. So, we had one, when you talk about perplexing, and I know Bob's talked about it before, it was a child abuse case where this father, who, from all intents and purposes, there was nothing that spoke to him being abusive or the kid even doing anything to warrant like abuse, but there was some history of the child kind of making up tall tales that we all know didn't happen. Like, one was, my dad just showed up at the school and he did something, but they've got cameras and nobody showed up at the school, like nothing happened. And he had these injuries to his hands that the dad said he did like a Superman, and like he got like road burn from coming into contact with the either, I think it was the blacktop of the driveway. And then he put some ointment on it that now I'm going to blank on what the name was, and it seemed to get more inflamed and irritated. And when they went to, I think when he went to school the next day, or they went to get him, did something, and they decided that it looked like burns. And the kids said that the dad held his hands above like a gas stovetop, and the doctors all agreed that the injuries were not consistent with that. So, but they also agreed that they were consistent with the child having been burned. And I thought it was clear that it could have just as easily been from, from the street. They didn't have the child testify. The mom was just harassed by DCFS and the police, like that she had to cooperate and she had to believe. Yes, look, somebody remembered the story. It was Arnica Green. Thanks, Simply Bell. And the that she had to keep the kid away from the dad, or then she was endangering the child, so they would take the child away from her, even though she did not believe that the father abused the child. I think ultimately she took the kid and like left, and because there was no finding them for trial. And it was the first trial we've ever had where they actually proceeded to trial without the victim, and they got it in through like the doctors, um, and things like that. And yes, it was arnica on an open wound. Um, but all the experts that we talked to were just like, no, this looks like a burn. Like we just couldn't really get anyone to indicate. I mean, doing my own research, it seemed like it could have very easily had been um, an injury from the road. The problem was they didn't take any photographs until like after the hands were treated. They were like I think the flap of skin that had been covering it was cut off and it was debris. So our experts are looking at pictures that now like really look like burns. Um, it definitely perplexed me because I did not think that this guy burned his child. Like there was just, hey, are you coming back, babe? You done? Come on in. The water's fine. He must just be waiting for them to go over to him to comment on whatever. So that case always, um, always bugged me, and there was just so much there that seemed like he likely got hurt the way that the dad said he got hurt. Um, so I guess that was perplexing. A lot of them aren't really perplexing, and it's always typically, you know, underlying material that you don't really want to discuss and go through, so that's why when you ask about if it's like something perplexing, I'm trying to think of something that kind of stood out as um, you know, as different. So but did Megapint tell us anything about what was going on in the here we go. She says they look sleepy for CSI, but very engaged with autopsy photos. Family stepped out for those. Oh, that's a good idea. I'm glad that they did that. She tell us anything else that I'm missing? Oh, here we go. 7 males, 7 females. Jeans were definitely not the bloody glove moment. Yeah, I if they were supposed to be, I don't, I don't know. Um, so there does have to be someone specific for like, so, it's I mean, you can put out like a third party, culprit. It's really not, the difference is, are they going to let you put on evidence to this like specific one person over and above just kind of like throwing it out there, and that's where you get into the question of you haven't put enough here for third party culprit. Like you haven't put enough on to like really, really put on witnesses and evidence about this other person or event, as opposed to, you know, cross-examining generally or whatever the case may be. Um, it it would be someone specific in that scenario, because again, that would be like you're trying to put on evidence about this specific person, and maybe you're trying to get on some prior bad acts and establish they're the type of person that could have done this, but just generally showing that the investigation identified other potential suspects that haven't been fully ruled out, that you can do, anytime. So, and it seems like that's, what you're going to see some of here, or you're going to, like, them playing those 2 audio clips. He didn't have to prove that those 2 people that left those voicemails might have killed the guy. He's allowed to play those no matter what. And then generally argue that the, investigation could have led to other people. Again, I'm sure you'll hear a lot about the witnesses, the victims, dangerous, all the dangerous people that he's covered and done investigative reporting on, that would have had a motive to kill him. But again, we've been saying it since opening. How in the hell does that get you to who framed you for this? How'd your DNA? They might be trying to say the DNA is just weak. I don't know yet, because he kind of left it vague in opening. But let's see if Megapint gave us any more intel. Oh, there's Bob thanking her. There was a break so they could log that evidence. Yes, Mega is in the courtroom. So we talked about Ashley Benefield motion, alleging jury misconduct. And I know Seeking Justice sent it to us. I just didn't get a chance to read it. So I don't know if it talked about the recusing the judge aspect of this or not. But I'm not sure what was if anyone knows what the issue was with the judge. All right. Need a Megapint, says couch juror. We played day job hooky and came to court. Not many regular observers in the gallery, mostly media and victim's family. Not one person here for the defendant. That says a lot. Thanks, Kitty. All right, that's what I'm saying. Oh, okay. They just sent me that motion. Ask and ye shall receive. Oh, okay, right. So I guess it's and the motion for a new trial. I don't know. Looks like there's a lot of stuff that we could cover if anybody hasn't covered all of this already. But I don't know if what they're asking is for the judge to recuse herself for the post-trial motions. But yeah. Affidavit, motion to disqualify the judge. So it was filed on the 9th. The court's arbitrary and capricious refusal to so much as even acknowledge Miss Benefield's request for post-trial bail created such apprehension for Miss Benefield that she reasonably fears that she will not receive a fair hearing and or sentencing because of the court's personal bias and prejudice against her. I don't know where this is going based on this so far, but obviously I haven't read it all. Oh, thanks, Shiraz. It was very, very thoughtful of you. complete refusal to even acknowledge that the defendant's motion, yet alone entertain, evaluate, or rule on it, plainly appeared to the defendant that the court never intended to consider it, and remand was the only option, given the court's consistent display of prejudice against Miss Benefield and in favor of the state throughout the trial. And there are affidavits attached. So I don't know, maybe Bob, maybe we should cover some of these. I don't know what's been done so far. It seems we're a little late. It was 6-7 days ago. I'm going to refer to yeah, right, Bob. Right, yeah, and there was some reference to that too, that at the stand the ground hearing, and I know I do remember the defense talking about that, and I saw reference to it in the affidavit as well. That wasn't it a she? Or was it a he? Oh yeah, he. Yeah. That they felt like basically what he found that what the judge's finding was basically like, yeah, she's guilty. So, and they're kind of piling all that up with some of the trial stuff. I don't think that's gonna go anywhere. At this point, I don't know if they can appeal it, the denial of a post-trial bail, or if they have. But oh, so they were only uploaded today. You know what? Let's bring Jay on in here and see if he wants to cover this tonight. Maybe we do that, or Bob does that with him. I know Jay's out there. What? New filing in Delphi too? Let me see something, because I get these from the clerk. I thought Bob and I covered all the new. Oh, Tuesday. Did we not? Oh, they're back. This side wants to make me like that, I guess. I'm still
Everyone, please be seated. Please remain seated and come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the jury panel
Yes, Your Honor.
and the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the state may call their next witness.
State's going to call Zach Schilling.
I'm sorry, Zach.
Zach Schilling.
Well, hey, Jay.
Hey, how are you?
Good. You have a birthday party today?
Yeah, it's my mom's birthday.
Happy birthday, Jay's mommy.
And for her birthday, she cooked us all an Italian chicken parm, meatballs, pasta. She cooked for all of us.
Wow, that's a nice. I'm sure she actually loves it. So right? So
She
you can't feel bad that she had to cook on her birthday, but I wish that you could like teleport some of that food over here.
It was really good.
So you're about to do a rewatch, right?
Yep, but in a little bit. So if you want, yeah, you can. So who's coming on the stand here? Who do we got coming?
We don't know. They just started a new witness. You've missed some of Telez's, like he's got a couple looks. He's got this one.
Oh, really?
Right. And then he's got his look when he's watching the autopsy photos. And then he's got like, I don't know. He's got some looks.
So if you were his attorney, you'd tell him to calm down with the faces.
Oh, I don't think anyone can tell this guy anything or he wouldn't be on trial. I don't know. He would
Yeah,
have
that makes
taken
sense.
some kind of plea. But all right, let's start it up. Look, right now he's got like this little, I don't know what
That guy next to him kind of looks like Billy Eichner. If anyone knows who Billy Eichner is, the guy to the left of him, or his right, I guess. But that's a reference people might not know.
I don't even know what we're talking about.
Billy on the street. It's a hilarious. He's this guy who goes up on people. He used to have like he'd go up on people and like ask them like really. He's really hilarious.
Does anyone know if this is the I need a pint? One of these people, not them. I don't. It could be this. Could be her in here. She'll have to tell us if she's in red or white or what she's wearing. We got somebody in the chat who's in the courtroom giving
Boots
us
on the ground.
Boots on the
Nice.
ground, telling us what how the jurors are reacting.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And the other guy kind of looks like Matthew Modine, his main attorney, with the beard.
Yeah, I think that Bob had someone for him too. I can't remember.
Standing, raise your right hand, face clerk. CKARY Schilling SCHILLING.
May I proceed? Thank you. Sir, do you know someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
I do.
When did you first meet Mr. Tellis?
2020.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Tellis here in the courtroom?
I do.
Why don't you point out where he's sitting, maybe describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's got a blue suit on, sitting right over there, bald head.
Okay, let the record reflect the witness
Bald
who
head.
identified the defendant. So in what
He's
context
bald.
do you meet the defendant?
2020, I'm a real estate agent, and I started working with Robert shortly after, I believe he was elected to his position, helping to sell probate houses.
Okay. So he was the public administrator when you first met him.
Yes.
Do you have a business partner?
Yes, I do.
What is her name?
His name, Bob McMasters.
Okay. Did
And
you have
that's-
another partner that you work with?
Oh yeah, Kristen Riffle. That's my real partner. Yeah.
Okay. So that was
Well, I guess when you asked me that, that's how I met Bob, through Bob.
okay. But the one that you work with even still today is Kristen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you would help sell homes through the public administrator. Is that right?
That is correct.
Just briefly, what's that kind of concept? So someone passes away and they don't have a will, and then there's a home left behind. Is that kind of how
That's
you get
correct.
involved?
And there's typically there's not a family per se, or the family's distant. That's when the public administration office steps in and helps with the estate.
Okay. So if you were tasked to help the public administrator's office help, I don't know, get a home fixed up or resell it, would you have interactions with Mr. Tellis?
Yes.
Would you see him in person?
Yes.
Describe typically something you might do in person with Mr. Tellis.
Well, typically we would, when the house was assigned, we'd walk through the house and say, this is what needs to be taken care of. This is what we're getting rid of. And then typically after the house was finished and completed, we would meet, look at the house. Rob would give us a thumbs up. We then would go over comps. During that process, we would talk about the value, and typically then the listing agreement would be signed either in person or through DocuSign.
So when you're saying you would do a walkthrough, who would typically be there at a walkthrough?
Typically, it would be myself, Robert Tellis, Roberta, Bob McMasters, and Raul, who was the general contractor, who wasn't a general contractor.
And Roberta meaning Roberta Kennett?
Yes.
All right. So when you would do a walk.
Well, but if I may,
Sure.
if there was another somebody in the same position as Roberta, would be whoever was in charge of the file under Robert would be there.
Understood. But when you say walk through, you're literally walking through with Mr. Tellis?
That's correct.
So you get to see him literally walk?
Yes.
How long would a walkthrough typically take?
We could be there a half hour to an hour, or sometimes he could be in and out of there in 10, 15 minutes.
All right. On average, how many times a month would you be doing walkthroughs with Mr. Tellis?
Well, I would say that on average from 2020 to 2022, I'd see Mr. Tellis probably 1 to 3 times a month at least.
Okay, doing things like you've just described to us.
Yeah, especially during the heat of it, yes.
Definitely walk.
The heat of being what?
Heat of when we were really turning houses for him.
Understood. And you mentioned 2020 to 2022, is that right?
Yes.
So about 3 years, roughly, or a little over 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this guy has a very unique walk, I understand. Is that what we're doing here?
At some point I want to turn your attention to September, very early September of 2022. Do you become aware of a journalist, Jeff Gehrman, passing away?
Yes.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but like, how do you learn about it in general?
I saw how I learned that he died was, a picture on the news. Then shortly after that, I think there was police video or police photos that were released of the suspected person that had done that.
Okay, so bottom line is, at first you see through the news, it's just kind of reporting what happened. It was a fairly big story. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Okay, at least locally, it's a big story. And then you mentioned something else. You said that the police released what?
The police released photos of who they suspected perhaps might be the person responsible for.
Do you remember kind of generally like what the outfit was? What do you remember?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So what do you remember?
It was a sombrero, a flame construction vest, I think long sleeve shirt. The shoes were some Nikes.
Okay.
The Nikes like you find like at Marshalls or Ross.
Okay.
Wow.
So you mentioned those Nikes. So when you see those images first released
on
of
him
the
out.
suspect walking around, does that catch your attention?
Yes.
Why?
It does.
I was like, I'm
But
not.
the way that, I mean, just in the
That wasn't
photo
me.
itself, it just and the likeliness of the photos and of Mr. Tellis were really, really close.
You called in?
Is it just photos, or is there a video that you're seeing this person walk? In the videos released by the police, did you see the videos
yes,
too?
Oh, it's Disney.
yes.
So you see this suspect walking. What are you thinking at that point?
That was on a Friday.
Okay.
And I'm like, boy, that really, it's like, boy, that really looks like somebody I know.
Okay, and who is the person you're thinking of?
I was thinking of Mr. Tellis.
Okay, was there anything else aside from the walk that caught your attention when you looked at the videos of that person?
The gait and
Slender build.
Mr. Tellis would always wear a certain kind of Nike that was very unique to me.
Okay, so
Maybe I'm a little bit fashionista, but like the Nikes that you'd find like at Marshalls or Ross, where they replaced the leather with like a plastic almost, a hard plastic. It just they're cheap Nikes you always wore. I don't know.
So when you saw the video,
the
guys you described in the sombrero and the construction and the orange construction outfit, you thought the shoes reminded you of the shoes that Robert Tellis wore.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And the gait.
Yeah, and the way that he walked, the way that he carried, the way that it was carried.
So when you see this, do you like share these thoughts with anyone?
Well, with my partner Christy, I'm like, holy crap! Both of us agreed that really looked like Rob Tellis. But to jump to a conclusion like that about somebody, you have to be pretty sure of yourself.
And let me ask you this: did you kind of follow or know about any articles that Mr. Gehrman had written about Mr. Tellis?
Oh yeah, I was very familiar.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but you were aware of kind of that leading up to this moment.
Yeah, I was very familiar with what was going on.
Okay, so
That-
on that Friday, you see
Right.
that, you talk to Kristen. Do you pick up the phone and call the police at that point?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I want to flash forward a few days later. Do you see something else in the media that catches your attention?
Yeah, I was on Monday. The Reno Gazette released photos of who, again, they believed was responsible for Mr. Garman's death's car.
Okay, car. What is it about the car that caught your attention?
That it was Rob Tellis's car, maroon Tahoe, Denali, whatever older version, silver rims.
Had you ever seen Mr. Tellis drive this maroon?
Absolutely.
When? Where?
Well, Robert Tellis and I live close to each other. So,
in what part of town?
I live in Summerlin Center, and he lives in Coley Ranch.
Okay, so I didn't mean to cut you off. Tell us what you were going to say.
Well, in fact, is there was one instance where Robert Tellis and I both went and go to the same water store on Sahara and Fort Apache.
Okay.
And we were in the store together. We walked out kind of together. He loaded his water into the back of a maroon Denali Tahoe, whatever it is, maroon with silver rims.
Okay.
Which is when the pictures came up from the Reno Gazette. I called Christy and I was like, and there's like just came down my spine. I was like, holy crap. I didn't want to believe it, but the facts are the facts that was Rob Tellis's car.
Okay.
So just because I saw Spitfire's question here, I assume that just like a voice expert, anyone who is very familiar with it. So that's why they went through all of the times that he's seen him walk, how many times a month, and there's like, you're walking for all this time. I would highly doubt that there would be an actual expert as opposed to a layperson that can identify somebody's gait. But, maybe depending on the actual gait, like if there's an injury, so that they could like speak to that injury would cause that type of walk. But I think that anyone who is very familiar and has seen him walk can say that to me looked like his walk similar, like I said, you can have just a regular person qualified to recognize somebody's voice and say, yeah, that's his voice. I've heard it several times. That's what he sounds like. So similar to that, you would expect with all of those things that he actually does it, then call it in. So let's see if he does.
So you share that with Christy. What's her kind of reaction to what you're saying?
She's like, you need to call.
Objection, hearsay.
I was going to say, why didn't they
Maybe
have
her?
that earlier?
I mean, I can approach her. We can approach.
No, it's not appropriate. Now, if the defense had testified or put on witnesses, or on cross-examination, if the defense was like, oh, you're saying this now, but you didn't say that, like anything to imply that they're making it up now or it wasn't true, then the prosecution could put on another witness to establish that a prior consistent statement.
So you share your thoughts with Kristen, correct?
That's correct.
What do you do next?
And you have a conversation with her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And after speaking with Kristen, what do you decide to do?
I called Crime Stoppers.
Workaround.
And the phone did not, it wouldn't go through. There was a secondary phone call that was suggested, phone number. I believe it was on the news. And so it would turn into a counterintelligence, whatever, terrorist thing. And they were covering those phone calls after the photos were released. And I spoke to someone on the phone for about 15, 20 minutes. And they said, please stay by your phone. The detectives are going to want to talk to you. I didn't hear from the detectives, but the following morning, that's when Robert Tellis's house was raided and he was brought into custody.
Okay. And then a few weeks later, I'd say approximately on September 26th of 2022, do you ultimately sit down and do an interview with the police?
Yeah, the detectives come to my office and talk to me.
That court officer is riveted.
Yes, thank you.
You were already suspecting.
Mr. Schilling, was it just your testimony that you saw this image on the TV on a Friday?
Yes. it was a Friday. It's been a little while, but that's when I saw it first, because I thought it was through the whole weekend that it was like, no, this can't be.
Okay, so it's your testimony then on a Friday you saw this on TV, and that's when you.
The photos of the suspected, yes.
I see. You'd had a business relationship with Mr. Tellis previously, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And you guys had a break, fair to say?
A break?
Yeah, the business relationship ended.
No.
I see. So you were still in business with Mr. Tellis?
That's correct. We just did a couple weeks before, just had finished revamping a house for him, independent of my former partner at the probate department, Bob McMaster.
And is it your testimony then that there had been not an issue concerning the percentages that were being charged to the estate or to the homes, concerning the homes to be sold?
Was there a concern?
Yes.
Spill it.
No. Well, I mean, there at one point, long before this, probably a year and a half before, Robert and I had a disagreement about the commission when he overspent on a house, having it revamped, where I told him I told him the value was much lower, and he believed because of Zillow that it was higher. But that's not really relevant to what
Zillow.
Well, I submit it is. I mean, so he was trying
Zillow.
to preserve money to the heirs from the sale of the home, correct?
Well, in that particular case that you're bringing up,
yes.
He actually went opposite of what my advice was and spent entirely way too much money with Bob McMaster's revamping that house. And my comps I didn't agree with the comps that they were trying to push the value on. And it turned out that my value was correct. And because of that, and because of what they overspent on revamping that house, he then came to me and said, you need to take a commission break, which I pushed back, but ultimately I did do.
So then there was an issue. He wanted you to lower your commission in order for the heirs to receive more money, correct?
Yes, but after that fact, we probably did 20 or 30 other houses after that.
So that you guys did have a dispute. He was trying to say, you're getting too much money. I want to preserve that money to the heirs, correct?
In one instance out of about 40 houses, sure.
Okay, now it's 40 houses.
Well, whatever we did, I don't know the exact number of offhand. I think it was probably about 32 houses that I went through the probate department with, but I could be wrong, so don't nail me to the cross on that, but that's about right.
Nail you to the cross. I mean, you're coming in here, you're basically some expert on some gate that you see on TV. You just know it's Robert Tellis, correct? That's your testimony. You reach out and you call Crime Stoppers, correct?
That's correct.
What date did you call Crime Stoppers?
On the Monday.
What's the date? Do you recall?
No, I don't.
You were interviewed on the 28th of September, correct?
That's correct.
Or in the States, it's the 26th of August.
I'm sorry, it's the
26th.
The 26th, correct?
You have it in front of you.
Yes. And during this interview, you talk about a friend of yours that's on SWAT that raided Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
That is correct.
Uh-huh.
He told you about the raiding of Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
Yes.
You were friends, correct?
I grew up with him.
That was me.
And then you decide that you want to give testimony that hurts Mr. Tellis, correct? You want to talk to the police and say that you. I think it's fair. You're then interviewed by police, correct? And you give testimony or you give a statement that could be easily read as hurtful to Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yeah, but
that's your interpretation.
So saying he's the guy that murdered Jeff Tellis, that's not hurtful? My interpretation?
That's a fact.
I see. So you're calling and saying, I see something. I think this is Robert Tellis. That's not hurtful? Or is that hurtful?
It was
It's argumentative.
Yeah, come on. Move on, dude. Get a better question.
I have no malice against Robert Tellis.
Really? What about that one time he tried to cut your
But you had
commitment,
some
sir?
issues with him concerning your percentage and that's being cut, correct?
One has nothing to do with the other.
And you talked to your friend, good friend of yours from high school that was on SWAT, involved in this investigation, correct?
Yes.
And then you give a statement to police concerning Mr. Tellis.
Helpful.
Fair enough?
You should have said helpful to your friend.
That's fair, but one has nothing to do with the other.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just real briefly. Okay, so the whole disagreement about evaluating that house, how long before Mr. Garman is killed is that disagreement over how to value the house? How far back in the past is that?
A year and a half.
Okay. After you
If
have,
not, yeah.
just give me a second.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let me
so
Calm down, douche. Calm down,
after that
prosecutor. A little
house
too
issue,
aggressive.
whatever
there.
house that
Jeez.
was, do you continue to do business with the public administrator's office?
Yes.
And just to be clear, do that office have to send the business your way? Is that how that works? Do they reach
No,
out
they don't
to?
have to.
But they select people they want to use to help refurbish the house,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Who is the head of the public administrator's office after the disagreement about the Zillow evaluation? Does
Still Mr. Tellis.
So it was still him. Do you continue to refurbish houses on behalf of the public administrator's office after the Zillow disagreement?
Yes.
For how much longer leading up to Mr. Garman's death?
A year and a half.
Okay. And Rob Tellis remained the public administrator during that 1.5 year period?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
He's going to make him get up there and say something else.
Yes, thank you. After this disagreement concerning the percentage on the sale of the home or the homes, Bob and
just one home.
Your partner dropped you as a partner, correct? Bob.
That's
it goes to his bias mode. Thank you.
No, that's actually not correct. Bob McMasters and I both worked together at Urban Nest, and when I moved to Simply Vegas did not want Bob McMasters as a real estate agent there, and that's why we separated.
Fair to say
After that fact, I'm going to go ahead and add for you and help you.
Please do.
After that fact, I went ahead and put together my own team.
Okay.
And we started doing revamps then.
Okay. And after you putting together your own team and stuff, this happened after you had an issue with Mr. Tellis concerning the percentage, correct, of the sale?
A year and a half or so later, yes.
And ultimately, you were not involved in the sale of homes in relation to Mr. Tellis's office.
The assignments of homes stopped about the same time as Mr. Garman passed away. That's
your recollection.
That's when the assignment of homes stopped.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else for this witness?
No.
Okay, looks like you have a question.
Does a jury have a question?
Oh, there's jury questions in this trial? Nice.
Yeah, but they haven't asked anything yet.
Ooh.
If you just stay here for just a moment,
No problem.
We have a question from a juror.
Wow. Finally. Now you ask a question? What about the guy? So I was so pissed, Jay, because they had a guy on the stand who saw the perpetrator in the Denali, in the orange thing. Neither side asks him, was it a defendant? And no juror asked.
Wow.
Dying to know what they want to know now. Now you have a question.
So when they did this in the first Ailson trial. So correct me if I'm wrong. So they got to bring up the question to all the parties, and they have to make sure it's okay to ask, and then they ask it. Right? They don't just shoot them the question. They have to make sure it's an okay question to ask.
Right. So Travis actually sent me the instruction yesterday. So it sounds like she shows it to them on paper, and then they write on it. No objection or no objection. If there's no objection, the lawyer who's asking questions will ask it. If there is an objection.
We have a note from a juror. It's been marked as court's exhibit number 8. Did he talk to his friend before or after he was interviewed by the detective?
When you say my friend, do you mean my police officer friend? Or who do you mean friend?
only permitted to ask the question as it is written. Does the state have any further?
Sure.
It's
So,
a defense question.
yeah.
Why'd she have to say
So,
to it?
sir,
That was the defense's point.
do you talk, you mentioned you had a conversation at some point with a fellow SWAT officer that you knew. Is that right?
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
That the conversations you had with the SWAT officer, was that before you called Crime Stoppers or after you called?
Much after.
Okay.
Mm.
And I know there was the question posed up friend. Did you have a conversation with Kristen before you called Crime Stoppers or after?
Before.
Okay.
All the way through the whole weekend.
Okay, so your conversation with Kristen is before you call Crime Stoppers.
Mhm.
You call Crime Stoppers, and then at the end of the month, at the end of September 26th, that's when you have an interview with the police. But somewhere in between, is that a yes?
Yes, that is. I'm sorry.
And somewhere in between, I don't know, a week after Mr. Derman passes away, September 26th, you have some sort of conversation with someone from SWAT. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so it's Kristen conversation, Crime Stoppers, somewhere in the span of 2 to 3 weeks, talking to a SWAT guy, and then at the end of the month, you were talking with Metro and giving just an interview about your observations.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Kessler?
Yes, but and obviously we have to rely upon your recollection of order of things, but what we do have clear, you'll agree with me, is that you spoke with your friend with SWAT before you were interviewed by detectives on September 26th, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And you had to think about that for a minute, but you reviewed that transcript of your interview before testifying today, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes. So you'll agree with me that this idea that you spoke to your friend with SWAT, you did that before you then were interviewed by detectives. Fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
That's not really. I think
Thank you
they're
very much
more
for your
interested in
testimony here today.
that
You may
prompted
step
his
down,
call.
and you are excused for your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. And the state may call their next witness.
Kristen Riffle. I just can't believe they still. Now I'm just still so irritated they didn't ask that one witness if they recognized the defendant. Was the defendant that guy that you talked to, that you saw? Was it? Please. I wonder if now we're getting to. Oh, they're letting him call Kristen too. She call? She's not going to be. He better be objecting to all the hearsay about the conversation she has with the guy that just left. I would be arguing that this is improper bolstering of their own witness. He testified. Now you're putting someone on the stand to say, yeah, and he told me that before he testified, which is all hearsay. And the defense hasn't argued that he was making that up.
Please watch your step. And if you step up to the witness stand, remain standing.
I agree.
Raise your right hand, face the
Pelican was a good question.
You do solemnly swear the
Yes,
testimony
you
you're about to
ask
give in this
another
action
question.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Kristen Riffle, Kristen Riffl.
Wow, she's really taken the
And
corruption
Ms.
of
Riffle,
jury to heart.
what kind of business are you in?
I'm in real estate.
And who do you work with?
I work with Zach Schilling at Simply Vegas.
Okay. And are you and Zach in a personal relationship as well?
We used to be, not right now.
Okay. But there was a time when you were. Okay. In your work over the years in real estate, did you ever meet someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Could you point to him and describe maybe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
How the guy who saw.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant?
They didn't identify anybody.
How was it that you came to meet Mr. Tellis?
I met him through Zach. We worked at Urban Nest, and we started working with Bob McMaster, who was the trustee, and he came to us to start working on the probate, and that's how we met Bob.
Okay, and so it's in the context of Mr. Tellis was working as the public administrator and you and Zach were doing work on homes
Correct.
to later be resold.
Correct.
Do you recall about what year that was?
2020.
2020?
It was when the market was really hot.
Okay. And how many times do you think, or how many instances of working on homes took place? Like maybe how many houses did you work on?
Gosh, we did a lot. I didn't keep track, but there was a lot of homes. I mean, I'm guessing, and I don't like to guess in court because I.
Well, would it be over 20?
Yes.
Do you think it'd be over 30?
Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly.
So several. at
Several.
least.
Quite a few. Yeah.
Okay. When you were working on the homes, did you ever meet with Mr. Tellis out at those homes?
Yes.
And in those instances, what was the purpose of Mr. Tellis coming out there?
So yeah, he was very proactive, and we would meet at the home to assess what needs to be done to the home, whether it needs to be, fixed up, redone, all of those sort of things, assess with the contractors. And then we would also meet, once it was done, we would meet, he would walk through, we would assess the value and sign the paperwork.
Okay, so you would have done that 20 to 30 times?
Yeah, many times.
Okay, and those would include a walkthrough where you're literally walking through the house?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to September of 2022, early September. Around that time period, did you become aware that journalist Jeff Gehrman had been murdered?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall if you ever saw images released by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department associated with that murder?
Yes.
And do you remember what they were? If they were still photos or videos? Videos?
Yeah.
And when you saw the videos, did they remind you of anybody?
Yes. Me and Zach, because we had followed all the stories that Jeff had written.
Sure.
So it was kind of like, oh my gosh, can you imagine if it was Rob that did that? And we kind of said it in jest, not really actually thinking he did it.
Sure.
And then we watched the video and we were like, it raised an eyebrow, but it was nothing that I would say, oh, you need to call the police on because, that's
not wanting to believe it.
Yeah. Well, it's not even not wanting to believe it. You just don't want to assume somebody did that and not be 100% sure.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you and Zach, and I don't want to know what he said, but where you had a conversation about calling the police?
Yes, we did when he called me and he said, when they released a photograph of the car, he said, that's Rob's car. I've seen him in it at the water store. And I was like, okay. So that's when, he said, what should I do? What do we do? And I was like, well, if that's his car, you should consider calling somebody.
Okay. And is it your understanding that at that point he called the police?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point beyond that.
Oh, by the way, Jay, I forgot to tell you, you're being charged in the court of YouTube station law with corrupting a minor because was it Kitty's child, somebody's child, got in trouble for saying "Yo, mama." So,
well, I commend them, and whoever it is, I would like to send them some stickers. Email me, theshamingofjay@gmail.com. I'll get them out. Some stickers, good for them. They should be rewarded for that behavior.
Oh my goodness, I've actually found you guilty.
Do you recall,
You already found me guilty? I didn't even have an argument.
Interviewed or being present during an interview with detectives?
Yes, they came to our office.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Riffle?
Mhm.
So Jeff Gehrman dies and you and Mr. Schilling are talking about
it.
Mr. Tellis in jest. That was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And then sometime later, there's a recognition of a car that's driven at times by Mr. Tellis, correct?
Correct.
And is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved occurred for you?
Pardon me?
I said, is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved? Is that when this
Well,
came to you?
it was a consideration when we saw the video,
Okay.
and then
the video of what?
of him walking
I
and
see.
the height, the shoes.
The shoes now. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
You had testified concerning
Does
that the
not
realization came to you when you
No
saw
Nikes.
the vehicle.
But the vehicle was the moment when we said, okay, that's confirmation enough. The video before was not confirmation enough to make a phone call.
So the
the
video of
pictures.
him walking was not confirmation?
No,
enough.
because I don't see his face.
I see.
So if I saw his face, then I could confirm that it was him. The car was the confirmation.
What type of car was that?
It was a maroon, very large suburban Denali type.
Okay. Obviously, you've been following this matter in the paper prior to your testimony today.
Correct.
Both you and Mr. Schilling, you've been following this case, haven't you?
We followed the case. I
Whoa,
mean,
whoa,
I haven't
whoa,
really
Bob,
been
I already
paying
gave
that
one
much
out.
attention to it recently. But we followed the case when it was happening, yeah.
Okay, well, it's still happening. You're aware of that.
Well, I'm aware it's still happening, but I haven't been paying
Really,
attention
Spence? Is
that
that
much
what you wanna
attention to it
say?
recently. If I'm being honest.
Well, please.
Oh, 'cause
Yeah.
You received a subpoena to come and testify, correct?
Correct.
Covering it.
And you received that subpoena when?
A week ago? Was it a week ago? It was a week ago.
I don't know, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't, it was a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago.
And you just haven't really been paying attention
I've
with
been
this?
very busy, if we're being honest,
Oh, that's please, yes.
which is a good thing.
You know that the trial of Mr. Tellis was coming up, correct?
No, I didn't.
I see.
What?
And you didn't know when you
didn't
got the
get your
subpoena?
subpoena.
that it was coming?
Well, I mean, I knew there was a subpoena coming. I didn't think I was even going to have to show up, to be honest with you. So I didn't think my testimony was going to be that important to it. So I was not taking it super seriously.
In reference to these walkthroughs of these homes, Mr. Tellis was not present for most of those walkthroughs, fair to say?
Mr. Tellis wasn't present for our walkthroughs?
Correct.
No, he was present for our walkthroughs.
I see. That many times? You, Griffin, you only came into contact with this gentleman, what, twice, maybe?
No, many times. We've seen each other many times, and he was always lovely with me.
He was always lovely with you.
Yeah.
He didn't have that good of a relationship with Mr. Schilling, did he?
There were times when they butt heads on price,
Correct.
but that's normal in our business.
In fact, Mr. Schilling would refer to Mr. Tellis as an asshole, correct?
No. Who said he's called him an asshole?
You don't
Just to
get
be clear, though, while this thing was unfolding with Mr. Tellis, concerning Mr. Gehrman, you and Mr. Schilling were jesting about Mr. Tellis's involvement, correct?
We were assuming.
You said jesting, correct? You were joking about it.
Well, we were like, can you imagine if reading the stories that were out? Can you imagine if that was him? And then we're watching the video, and yeah. So
these stories that came out, they came out before
the murder.
Video, but they came out before the murder. Okay.
The story, we read all the stories with Roberta. We were very much in it because we worked with them. And yeah.
We were up on the
Thank you.
gossip.
I have no further questions.
Just briefly, Ms. Ripple, you said it was the gait and the size of the person that looked familiar to you?
Yeah, it was this. Yeah, it was this.
And by size, do you mean like kind of build?
Height and build, yes.
Okay. And so the sort of the frame of the whole body.
Right.
And then the way the person was walking?
Right.
Okay. And was there an article of clothing that you were that drew your attention to?
Cheapo Nike.
Because Zach is so
cheap.
He has a tendency to notice everything. Like he noticed things on my outfit today. Like he, saw a string and he's like, we got to cut the string. He's very observant with everything. So he always recognized the shoes. No, but he's brought up the shoes to me.
Hold on one sec. Let the judge decide.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
Okay. So my question is, not what Zach said, but was there a particular article of clothing that you guys were focused on?
The shoes.
Okay, thank you.
You got a juror question? They're like, I'm not letting another one slip by. Where were you guys before? I can't imagine what they want to ask this girl.
This guy looks like such a douche nozzle.
Mhm. That first question was definitely leaning defense. He's like going to give this guy the benefit of the doubt. He was trying to find a way into it, and then it fell flat because he hadn't spoken to his friend before he called the hotline, the tip line. No objection.
Did she realize it was Tellus's vehicle, or Zachary told her that was Tellus's vehicle?
Zach told me it was his vehicle.
Any follow-up from the state? Mr. Draskovich?
No, I didn't understand. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are
Still
excused.
leaning a little
from the
defense.
subpoena. The state may call their next witness.
Wanted to make sure that
Call Detective Edgar May.
oh my Lord, we're almost done. Thank you, Hope. What time are you going on, Jay?
8 in like an hour and 10 minutes. When does Bobby Digital come back? What time is he on Court TV for?
We should be done any minute. Between 5:45 and 6. We think maybe we should have a like a telethon, YouTube telethon, where we're fundraising for you and we try to get everybody to give $5 and then you don't have to go back to work that day.
No, we should not.
You do
Although I
solemnly swear
appreciate
the
the
testimony you're about to give
thought.
this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Edgar, spelled Edgar, and my last name is Nahum, spelled Nahum, as in Mary.
For Helen.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And did you plant
How long have you
evidence?
worked for Metro?
About 8.5 years right now, sir.
All right, and what is the division that you're currently assigned to?
Currently, I'm assigned to the homicide section.
How long have you been in homicide?
Approximately 1.5 years now.
Okay, and before that, what unit were you a part of?
I was part of the gang investigation section.
Okay.
I agree, Justin.
Now, I want to turn your attention to the investigation regarding.
But I can guarantee you it's not enough. There's not enough seeds that once they get into that deliberation room that another juror is not going to be like, yeah, but how? And what? Like, okay, let's just figure out how any one of those people that somehow did all this other stuff, that wanted him out of the way, whatever, planted all of this evidence. And again, got a car that looked like his car and drove it around without a license plate. I don't know. I don't think it's enough. I wonder if it was the same person who asked both questions. That would be interesting. Does our Megapint know? We got to find out from Megapint whether it was the same juror or not, because that will actually give us a little more insight if it's more than one juror who seems to be picking up on the doubt.
The killing of Jeff Garman. Were you part of a squad that was investigating that unit or that case, that event?
I wasn't part of the squad. I was doing what's called like a TDY or a temporary assignment, more of a ride along with the homicide section. So I was allowed to go to homicide investigations and assist with homicide investigations.
Did that have something to do with the timing of when you were joining homicide? Is that why you were doing that ride along?
Yes, that's correct. I was in the process of testing to be a homicide detective, and so I was allowed the opportunity to ride with them and assist with their investigations, being that I was already a detective in a unit that handled violent crime.
Okay. Did you assist those detectives in performing a search warrant on the home of Robert Tellus?
I did, yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how, like, a search is divvied up. How do you guys kind of game plan that?
So the way that it usually works, and Every section has a little bit of a different way to do it, but this particular squad was a senior tenured squad of detectives. So while the lead detectives were obtaining their search warrants, the rest of us kind of gathered up, and usually once the search warrant is obtained by the lead detectives, we're told like, okay, we're ready to go. And then we'll kind of gauge the house or whatever is the premise that we're searching and divvy up the room. So, for me, being the fact that I was a ride along, I was paired with a senior detective who's currently already in homicide. And I was assigned an area of responsibility to search within the house.
Little pieces of a hat.
And before you go and enter the house, do you have some kind of understanding of some of the evidence that's been collected in this case, or information that you have at your disposal, so you maybe know what to look for?
I was wondering the same. I was hearing is that coming from somewhere else though? Is it not coming from the courtroom?
Is it coming from me?
It might be.
Test, or do you hear stuff from me?
I hear something in the background.
Let me try.
Mute yourself. Oh, I don't hear it now. But now you're muted. But I didn't hear it right before you muted yourself either. You gonna stay muted? Are you muted? Oh, how do I unmute you? Oh, because they chose to mute themselves. All right, well, we'll keep going. I don't hear it now, but I was going to test it again.
Go into, let's say, a residence, as in this case.
Yes, correct. Usually, we'll be briefed as to like what the items are that we are seeking, or the items sought, as they're called, as part of the evidence of the search warrants.
Okay. Had you reviewed any of video surveillance that had been collected from the neighborhood in which Mr. Garman was killed?
Yes.
Did that include video of a suspect in a certain outfit?
Yes, it did.
What was that? What do you remember about that outfit? What jumped out to you?
So there was a couple of items of evidentiary value that we were searching for or seeking, which was going to be the focus of our searches. So the thing that stood out to me was like a gardener style hat, like a large straw hat. There was like orange, like a shirt, which would be like something along the lines of what a construction worker would wear. And there were some gray tennis shoes with black accents. Those are the items that had characteristics enough that we like want to look for them, or we're specifically seeking them.
Okay. So you're going to this house. Who did you partner up with? Anyone?
I did, yes.
Who was that?
That was Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. And what portion of the house did you work on?
I was initially assigned to the search of the downstairs living room.
Okay. Showing the opposing counsel what's been marked as, well, it looks like space 217, 18, 19.
Thank God. Hey, why'd you decide to grace us with that shirt?
Wait, this is what I wore on Court TV. What are you talking
Yeah, right.
What? This is exactly what I wore on Court
You
TV.
did not wear that on Court TV.
Yeah.
Somebody tell me. I know some people saw Bob on there. He didn't wear that.
Exactly what I wore on Court TV.
No.
What? Oh my God.
That's his zebra shirt from Jam Cruise from Zebra Night. I don't even think you wore it on Zebra Night.
I know. I felt so bad, and I saw it when I was hanging my shirt up. I'm like, you know what? I'm about to bust that thing out because it's amazing. Oh yeah. So what did I miss? Anything? Like we're always, I'd say, 20 minutes behind on Court TV, sometimes a day behind. But so what did I miss? So what was the?
So I'll tell you what
was
you
the
missed.
Taupe gal. Taupe gal was
So
what?
her and the gentleman before her, they worked with Tellez doing the homes. Like they were the realtors that he was using. So the first guy identified his gate, seen that gate. And and
Yeah,
her and
him
him.
we covered. Him we covered.
Okay, so
on
she was
Autopsy.
just the woman that he kind of was talking about it with, like when it first happened. Like, oh my God, that guy Jeff Germain was killed. It could have been Tellez. Then they watched the video, like, oh, it kind of really looks like Tellez. But then the clincher was when he saw the car and plus the sneakers. It was the same thing, but we had 2 jury questions, and we are waiting to hear from Nita Megapint, whether they were the same juror, because the defense kind of put some doubt in there, like, well, you had this friend on SWAT who told you that they raided his house. So the first question was that before or after he called it in? And it was well after, he said. And then the second question to the girl was, did she recognize the car, or the other guy recognized it and told her? And
So it was
yeah.
basically like a confirmation bias type argument.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
terms of, yeah.
No, it seemed like at least one person was looking for doubt, looking for reasonable doubt. They're entertaining it in their mind.
Really?
I said
A lot of evidence, man. There's a lot
I
of
said I
evidence.
thought that once they got into the deliberation room that people would convince that person otherwise. But all right, here we go.
All right, let's go. And who's this guy?
He's a ride-along cop that was
Oh.
there talking about when they found the pieces of the hat and other pieces of evidence.
All right, cool.
Ride along with homicide.
I love it.
I'm gonna text you.
You're gonna text me? Are you gonna tell me to make meatballs? I told you I can't eat those. Killing me.
May I approach? All right, sir, I want you to take a look at 217 through states 235. Just take a minute, flip through those, and let me know when if you recognize. I know with crime scenes, if you have like an active crime scene,
right,
the day that you perform the
Still photographs.
You recognize what you're looking at there?
I do, sir.
Okay, what are these?
Those are still photographs of the of Mr. Tea's residence.
Okay. On the day that you
Yes.
perform the search?
Correct. Yes.
All right.
Latino.
I know with crime scenes, if you have like an active crime scene, scenes are kind of like taped off and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about if you're just effectuating a search warrant?
No.
Is there a lot of sealing off of scenes with crime tape or anything like that?
I mean, it just depends on the circumstances, right? Geographically where the scene is.
Okay.
If it can be contained, as in this case it was, like within a residence, it'd probably be more so just to, like manage the flow of people in and out of the crime scene. So
okay,
it just depends is the answer.
Okay, so in this instance, did you tape around Mr. Tellis's house with crime?
If my memory serves correctly, Patrol had already done the majority of the crime scene preservation stuff and tape prior to our arrival.
Okay, so do you remember, let me ask you this, who is allowed to come in and out of Mr. Tellis's residence during the performance of the search warrant?
Usually it would be the detectives that are assigned to the case. In this case, homicide, usually, at
Dude,
least
you were
in
right
my
on.
experience, it was the units affected.
Yeah, right.
No
along.
experience.
If any Metro officer
Yeah.
was
See, this
interested
guy
in
needs the
walking in
zebra
and
shirt.
seeing what's going on, are they allowed
Oh
to
my
do
God,
that?
that guy looks exactly like
we
Rob
would highly
Schneider.
discourage
Blows
it
my
because of
mind every
what
time I see
we're out actually doing, right?
In this instance, did you allow other members that are not part of this search team to come into the house when you were performing this search?
The way that I remember it, it was the homicide section that was there, as well as the crime scene analyst. Could there have been other people there? Absolutely, but not to my recollection. Not anybody that I recall.
Okay, do you recall Detective Derek Jaffe participating in the search of the house?
I know Detective Derek Jaffe's name. I've never met him before.
Say that 5 times
nor
fast.
have I ever seen
Detective
him.
Derek Chappie.
So you're not exactly sure. Okay. You never seen kind of a tall redhead walking through?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you
Waiting
this.
for him to say that.
This may seem like a silly question, but
Ooh,
do you allow regular citizens to just come in to a home that you're searching when you're performing a search warrant?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, why
That's
not?
why an expert.
Well,
Just a
at that
ride
point,
along.
we have to treat it as if though it's an extension of the crime scene, right? Due to the fact that we're expecting a search warrant, that would be inside of the residence. We don't
let them come in when you're doing search warrants?
Absolutely not.
How about anyone from Compass Realty? Did you let anyone from Compass Realty
Right,
come in
there
during
you
your
go.
search of Mr. Tellis' house?
No, sir. Nobody but law enforcement, to my knowledge, was allowed into the residence.
Wait, come on. Compass really
Publishing
stuck in there.
217.
They planted
What are we
the
looking at here?
This is the front of Mr. Tez's residence the day of the search warrant.
All right. Publishing 218. Is this just a little bit of a closer view?
It is, yes.
Does that bar say Denali?
Publishing 219. What are we looking at?
Is
this
A
is the
blue
residence.
door with a flowery reef on it.
Publishing 220. What do we see
Oh,
here?
thanks, Irene.
This
Irene
would be
knows.
like a view towards what I guess would be the west, facing from the living room towards the kitchen, and in the where the archway is would be like the rest of the residence where you first enter, as well as I believe the stairs to go upstairs.
One other question before we kind of finish with the photos. Was Mr. Tellis' wife present in the home when you performed your search?
They were allowed to remain in their home for the sake of
so his
comfort,
wife,
not wanting to, leave her and her children outside or anywhere where they wouldn't be as comfortable. We were trying to award them a little bit of respect in that sense.
Okay. So this is kind of standing in the family room sitting area. Would that be correct? Looking towards the kitchen?
That's how I would describe it, yes.
All right. Publishing 221. What vantage point are we looking at here?
So this would be just as if though you flipped and
Publishing 222.
You bloop?
Yes. It's just a normal.
Are you blooping?
Yeah.
Hold on.
The far corner next to where the dog kennel is, which would be, if I'm looking at the photo to the right, reclined.
You didn't make the noise.
So when you're performing, if you see what appears to be a reclining couch, do you kind of extend it out to see what potentially might be under it?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
I did.
Bum, bum, bum.
Publishing exhibit 223. What do you see here?
So once the recliner had been extended, shone my light in it actually from the rear of the couch, and I saw what appeared to be like a Ziploc bag containing like fabric or plastic, some sort of like just shredded up material. And then to the right of that was a shoe.
Did the shoe
I like
catch
when
your
dude
attention?
like called him
It did,
out for
yes.
having
Why?
Marshall sneakers.
It appeared to be the shoe that was shown to us previously in the video.
Yeah, he
and
always
in
wore
still
these
photos that
like
we had
cheap
of the
Nikes from
suspect.
Marshalls.
I'm going to zoom in.
I'm like, man, really,
If you look
really
check
flamed
your
through his
right,
buddy there.
You're right. There is a mouse.
A mouse.
Oh,
And
oh
you
boy.
use that mouse and
Oh.
identify where you see the shoe.
So the shoe would be right here. And then what initially caught my eye was the Ziploc bag, which was right back here. And then when I moved to the front of the couch, after Detective Lawrence Gilbert alerted me that we may have some evidence, I came to the front and I observed the portion of what appeared to be like a cut up shoe.
Right alongside it.
Were you able to see those shoes or those items when the couch was in its normal kind of non-reclined position?
No.
Okay, so it was when you walked in, was it hidden from view?
Yes, unless you were to extend the recliner out, you wouldn't have been able to see those items.
That's our couch.
Publishing 221. Is this more of a floor level view of this portion of the couch?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 225. Is that kind of coming a little bit closer in?
Yes, it
This
is.
isn't a bad hiding
Let
spot.
me,
Do you remember when whose house was it that they had the dog in the cage and
do
you
you
went
see
through it and it was
the
ferociously
shoe?
barking?
I do, yes.
Why don't you
Remember
circle
that?
it
You
and
bent
identify it
over
for
and
us?
it was like, you're like, oh, you have a
Let the
sweet
record
puppy.
reflect
And it's like,
the witnesses
Oh.
circled a gray Nike
Yeah.
to the left of the
PJs.
picture.
who?
Let's slide it
PJs.
to
BJ and Liz.
Ah, yeah, that's
middle
right.
here. Where is the bag?
The mouse is kind of already on it, but it's this item right here.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness is circling what appears to be at least a blue lined Ziploc bag. Where is this other portion of the shoe that you're discussing?
It would have been right here.
Okay, let the record reflect that they're looking at another gray object with some white or black trim also to the right of the Ziploc bag. Publishing 226.
All right, I'm doing it.
Is this just another close?
I saw it from the back.
Or an isolation of the intact shoe? Okay, publishing 227. Is that another close-up or an isolation of the intact shoe?
Yes.
Publishing 228. Is this another side profile of that shoe?
Yes.
Can you pull photos over here? They're over there.
Oh, the balancing?
Hmm. Our dog loved, like that was his safety spot. When he was sad or upset, he'd go into the crate. We crate trained him when we first bought in a Nook home. And then I was like, all right, I want this guy sleeping with us. But then we kept the crate there because he liked to go into it. He wanted to be alone, or if there was a fireworks went off or something scared him, he'd run in there.
Published exhibit 311. So this, before we get to 311, so this is the shoe that struck you as being familiar, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 311. Is this a still from some of the video that you reviewed before performing the search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Oops. Oh, there's the lag. And that's what caught your attention?
Yes.
Wait, what the heck is that? Oh, Lord.
Putting 228.
That's it. He's done. He's got his
311.
His cheapo
Side by
Nikes
side.
with the plastic. That's it. They're there.
This caught your attention.
No ifs,
Yes, it did.
no ands, no buts.
I want to publish 229.
Why didn't they show him the shoes?
What are we looking at?
That's really bizarre. Why would they not have called this witness first and then shown the guy and the girl, the realtors, who I definitely recognize the shoe? The shoe.
Yeah. They were planted on his feet while he was walking.
No, that was the killer
route
that
to commit the
planted
murder.
identical shoes in his house, babe. Come on.
Oh, okay.
That was the real picture of the murderer.
Sorry.
But it's just, it's a huge, like,
Huge.
either a huge mistake on the part of the state, or this guy couldn't identify the sneakers. Like, oh no, those aren't the cheap Nike sneakers I was talking about. But I mean, he did. He said he recognized it from the video. So I guess, but I think it would have been better to show him a picture of the shoe. Or even to show the video where the shoe is and point out all the features. So the ones that you saw him in, they had these little lines on them.
Do those look like the Marshall shoes that you were referring to? The cheap plastic Nike. It's like, from like the 80s when they moved away from leather and started making Nikes out of plastic. Are those the shoes you're talking about?
Here.
This is a close-up photo of the partial shoe that was located next to the Ziploc bag.
Detective, when you look at this, has the insole been removed?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Is that usually the part of your shoe that you sweat into?
Yeah, DNA.
Correct.
But the other shoe's fine. So.
Publishing 230.
Uh-oh.
Another profile of that cut-up shoe.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that's the.
Publishing 231. Is that another image from a different angle?
Yes.
Wait. Where's the blood on that one?
Publishing 232. Is this just another top view or dorsal view of the shoe?
Correct.
I learned something new today.
I actually don't know what dorsal means. So
Maybe don't say correct. What it means.
Publishing 235.
Jesus.
What are we looking at here?
So this is a close-up photo of the Ziploc
Jigsaw
bag that I
puzzle.
located with what appeared to be just like shredded bits of
Just
fabric.
like that
It's
one
a
of our
jigsaw puzzle, obviously.
Three, are these some examples of some of the items inside that bag?
he's going to
Yes,
drop
they
them
are.
off.
Publishing
He's going to get rid of them in
234.
little bags.
What are we looking at?
Time.
Just some more bits and pieces of plastic and fabric that were located inside of the Ziploc bag.
All right.
When you identify at that point, when you see it, what's the next step in terms of securing it and getting it impounded?
So we work hand in hand with our crime scene section.
Yep.
Crime scene analyst Smithson.
Sure.
So I called out for her and told her that we had located something in the living room under the couch, and then she came and pulled it from where it was, and then proceeded to document it as shown in the photos.
Let me ask you this, and I didn't ask you this before. Are you guys wearing anything protective-wise to preserve the integrity of the scene?
Yes.
What are you wearing?
This is not even just for the preservation of the scene, which obviously it's just another layer of protection to like preserve DNA evidence, but we will always wear gloves. Also just for like sanitary purposes, because a lot of times where we're searching, there are items which not necessarily clean or could be, potentially dangerous. But also in instances where we're searching for items where we might want to seek DNA, we'll wear mask coverings over our mouth and nose.
So you're wearing facial coverings, gloves. So you see this, you alert CSA Smithson, and then what does she do at that point as far as you recall?
So she comes to the front of it, to where the area where the shoe was located. She documents it in place by taking photographs of it as it was located. And then I think I helped her by lifting up the couch on the backside, because one of the items are kind of wedged in there a little further deep. And then she pulled them out and
See, it had to be someone who was friends with that Zach guy, because Zach knew exactly what his sneakers looked like. He could tell the guy, go buy these sneakers, got to get a girl that can fit into them. And he knew exactly what that Denali looked like. So he was so pissed about that cut in his percentage on that one deal.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's all lining up. I mean,
it is.
It can
in stone.
In stone.
This guy is walking like that. Is the most brilliantly put together frame job theory that I've ever heard. I might as well not even watch the trial. He crushed it. Good job, lawyer man. Yeah, not so much.
By the way, they are doing cross. I saw it in the little screen ahead.
Okay, so then they're documented, and then I take it, are they bagged up at that point?
Well, yes, she collects all the evidence as part of their procedure. She usually, after she's done with her photographs, she'll bag it up, and then they take it away to the crime scene lab to conduct whatever analysis or just impound, whichever is applicable.
As far as you remember, did anybody else handle those shoes other than kind of when you observed it between Smithson kind of impounding it? Did you let anyone else kind of manipulate that?
You used to cut
no
pieces up.
No further questions.
All right, here we go.
It's AHUM. Correct. Just want to make sure I have the spelling.
Yeah, thanks, Dizzy. Thanks.
I appreciate that.
Somebody will go
You and I
right to
never
that
spoke.
clip. They're like, "Oh my God, Bob thinks that Dennis is innocent."
Haven't contacted you concerning
You know what
any
I'd say to
reports
that?
you may have generated in reference to this case.
I do.
You have not, sir. No.
And
There is an officer's report that was generated in reference to
Been waiting
this
to have that
homicide
sound effect for a long
correct?
time.
I would assume so. That it was Detective Gaddis's case, I would assume it's Detective Gaddis's officer's report.
Okay. It's common. What happens, these reports are prepared in preparation for perhaps trials such as this one concerning homicide investigations and prosecutions. Fair to say?
Absolutely.
I wonder what
These reports are important.
Absolutely.
It's the greatest.
so important.
It's the
They're
greatest. Oh,
generally
sorry. About the
made
lawyer.
in time and obviously advised to assure their accuracy.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, this is relied upon by
Love it.
courts,
I muted you.
state prosecutors, defense in these cases.
Meanie.
Absolutely. They're very important reports.
So important.
And in this case, did you review, and I'll tell you, it's a 70-page report that is authored. It appears by Detective Gaddis. Did you review this report in preparation for your testimony today or any time during your involvement in this case?
I have not, sir. No.
It's just a ride along.
If I told you that this report basically is a summation the entire investigation, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
And
Without
this-
knowing any of the contents, of course, but that's a fair representation of the majority of our reports, if not all of our reports. It's just a summary of our actions as detectives to best document our actions and the investigation.
This report, and I'll just tell you,
Howdy.
and state has a report. I mean, obviously, I'm not misleading you. This report lays out basically the entry of Mr. Tellis's home, the search of Mr. Tellis's home on September 7th, 2022. Okay. Happened in the morning, correct?
Yeah, sometime it was during regular working hours. I remember being there in the morning till the afternoon.
He had taken a stepson to school, correct? 9:12 in the morning.
I wasn't part of the apprehension or any of the sort of predecessing stuff that happened before. I was just told once Mr. Tejas was taken into custody that we'd be assisting this homicide squad with the service of search warrant.
Okay. And that was later in the day.
Got something here? What are you doing?
Correct.
Like I said, it was sometime in the morning to the afternoon of that day. It was daylight.
Now, in this report, it lays out the persons at the scene of the search of Mr. Tellis's residence. Fair to say?
Sure.
Has a list of people that were present, and I wanted to make sure I got the spelling of your name correct. Your name does not appear in this report.
I was just a ride along. So, in fact, you did cut up.
Your name does not appear as the person that had discovered this tennis.
Mr. Ride Along, when did you
photographs
cut
of
up
all
that
the
shirt?
Pieces, the bags,
and put it
things
under
like
the
that?
couch? Oh, I'm sorry, that
Do
shoe.
you have any reason to disagree with me when I
What?
tell you it's not
Huh?
there?
Having not seen the report, sir, I have no reason to disagree with you.
If I told you that there's approximately 1,050 pages that have been produced as discovery from the district attorney's office, your name does not appear in
Why are
those 1,000.
they not objecting to this? How would he know? He's just.
And I'm telling you, would you
testifying.
have any reason to disagree, or would you know that I'm telling you the truth?
I have no reason to not believe you, sir. I was just wondering if the question was coming afterwards.
Right.
And great, your name's not here, but you're giving us testimony today that you found these cut up pieces of shoe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that you found this shoe underneath the couch in the living room to tell us something,
Oh,
correct?
man with
I
that
did, yes.
name found it. Ah, ha, ha, ha. This was at the bottom of the
The
shoe.
nameless man.
What time
It's
do
all
you say
coming
that you
together.
arrived at the Tellis home?
It's all coming together.
Couldn't give you a specific time, sir. Memory serves. What I recall is it was during working hours.
Okay.
The homicide section works between 7 to 5 p.m., 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. So it was within our working hours, and it was sometime in the afternoon, and we were there till in the morning to the afternoon.
Okay, and you don't recall when you left, fair to say?
Do you recall when
Yeah, not the exact time, no.
where you found it? Who told you that she
You
was?
didn't write any reports or generate
Mom,
any reports
she told me
concerning
that.
what you say that you found in the Tellis home, fair to say?
That's correct. I did not generate any reports.
All
And
the-
you were asked by Mr. Hamner if you had seen any civilians, members of Compass Realty at the home during the course of your investigation, during the search that you say that you were at,
You don't know
correct?
Compass Real
Yes.
looks like.
But you weren't there prior to the service of this search warrant, correct? The 6th, the 5th,
Previous days?
yes.
No, I had never responded to the Tejas residence before my part of the service of the search warrant.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
That was compelling.
Irene knows.
Redirect?
I mean,
You got another jury question? You got redirect.
So, detective, you were asked on cross-examination about Detective Gass's officer's report. Do you remember being asked a series of questions about that?
Going.
I do, yes.
Okay. What's your first name?
Edgar?
Okay, so that begins with an E.
That's correct.
And what's your last name?
Oh, wow.
Wait, how do you
There.
spell it?
It's N as in Nancy, AHUM as in Mary.
Okay, M as in Mary. What's your P number?
My P number is 15484.
Okay. On direct examination, I asked you a question. Did you process or search that living room alone, or did you do it with someone?
You did ask, and I believe that I answered. I did it with Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. Referring to pages 40 and 41, counsel, You were also asked a question about when you did this. You had indicated the morning. Is that correct?
Sometime between the morning and into the afternoon. We were there for several hours.
Would it help refresh your recollection as to the time, if you had a chance to review Detective Gaddis's officer's report, specifically the area about executing the warrant at that location?
I've never seen Detective Gaddis's police
Would it help
report.
refresh your memory as to time you had a chance to take a glance at it?
Absolutely.
Referring to page 40 and 41, counsel. I'd like you to take a look at this paragraph right here, and let me know if that refreshes your memory as to time.
Okay.
I'd like you to take a look, and there's a list of off persons present. I want you to look at number 8 for the record, number 8, counsel. Take a look here, read it silently to yourself. Okay. And
Good
I want
one,
to turn to
Joe.
Page 41, first paragraph, counsel. Take a look at this paragraph here, and just review that, and let me know if that refreshes your memory to a certain extent. Okay, if you read this paragraph right here. Okay, all right. Refresh your memory with Detective Gaddis. There was a question that was posed about, would it surprise you if you were never referenced? Do you see a possible reference to your name?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Where is it
If
listed?
they spelled
As
Edgar
part of
with
the
an F
persons present during
in
the
that
search of
particular
the,
report.
or the execution of the search warrant on Mr. Tejas' home.
Edgar.
Okay, so when they list the
Edgar.
officers, do they list out the first initial of their name?
Yes, they do.
Okay, what is the name and what is the first initial listed for you?
E as in Edward or Edgar, which is my actual name.
In the officer's report, how is your last name spelled?
It's misspelled. It's spelled Nahun at the end as opposed to Hamner.
I have an issue with Hamner. It gets people messed up all the time. But anyways, is your P number denoted correctly?
My P number is denoted correctly.
Okay. And then
Wow, defense.
in
Come
the
on.
officer's report,
What the
who is
hell?
denoted as the person who locates the shoe in the living room?
The person that I was assisting with the search, Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
If you could, please explain to the jury whether or not Detective Gilbert is currently an active member of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
No, tragically, he's retired, and I miss him every day.
Okay. So how long has he been retired for?
Just a couple of months.
Okay. So
Oh
he's
my
retired and you're active, correct?
That's correct.
But you participated in this search.
I was
did,
right.
yes.
Okay. And you were with him and the two of you worked as a team
back.
to locate that.
I'll
Yes, we
be
did.
back.
I have no further questions.
I'll be back.
Just
Oh,
between
got
two
something
names
else?
misspelled in the report on the one page.
My last name seems to keep a recurrent theme in this trial, sir.
Okay, but it was Detective Gilbert that initially found the shoe underneath the couch.
We
That
were
was
both
me.
searching the same area. Like I said, I was behind the couch. He was in front of the couch. I shone my light on it from the back. I initially my attention was drawn to the Ziploc bag. And then when I looked to the right, saw the shoe. At that point, Detective Gilbert, I assume, also saw the shoe because he told me, hold on one
Well,
second.
We can't get into, obviously, you were present.
That's correct,
Your
sir.
testimony. Were you wearing body cam or was this in any way memorialized?
We as detectives, sir, do not wear body cams. We are not required to as part of our policies or procedures.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else?
Just real briefly, as to the question, I memorialized with body cam. There's other ways to memorialize a search, correct?
Yes, there is.
There are photographs, correct?
Photographs as well as a scribe, sir.
Right? There are reports that are written, correct?
Yes, correct.
Evidence can be physically impounded, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In this case, was the shoes and the cut-up shoes and the baggy shoes and the half shoes, were those things impounded as evidence?
Yes, they were.
Were they photographed and documented via photography?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it memorialized in the officer's report?
Yes, yes, it was.
Additionally, crime scene analysts prepare reports as well.
Yes,
I
they
mean,
do.
I know you haven't read it, but isn't there a responsibility to memorialize the
That's
things
not
that
my
are
shoes.
ultimately located and impounded?
Yes, that's
Mine were
another
leather.
part of the process for us is that they generate their reports, and then
I have
obviously as supporting people in our investigations, our reports are very,
And Max.
I don't want to say redundant, but a lot of the same information is located on both of them.
Thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
No questions, thank you.
Looks like we have some
My
questions
lord.
from the jurors.
Another question. Another question. Holy shit. Another jury question.
Oh, I missed one? What was the
No,
question?
you're about to hear it.
No, was there a question before that I missed?
I told you the jurors asked you questions
Oh, when? What? To whom?
of the what were you doing? And I told you this.
I don't know,
The
Space probably trying to get this.
all right. Well, let me just mute your ass. Muted. So it was the realtor, and the question was, I told you that the defense asked about him having a friend in SWAT who had told him, the realtor, that he searched the defendant's house, and the jurors asked, was that before or after you spoke? It was.
Questions from the jurors. Court's exhibit number 10. Do you recall who was the one that reclined the chair to check underneath? Was it you or Detective Gilbert?
Remember serves correctly, it was me.
Court's exhibit number 11. While the team was searching the home, was the cameras on from the home and was the videos reviewed after the search?
Hard to say. I don't know.
And we marked this court's exhibit number 11. Is there any follow-up from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, thank you.
Okay.
I
Thank you
don't-
very much for your
What are y'all
testimony.
doing? I
don't know
Today, you may step
trying to
down.
say.
You are excused for your subpoena.
Kids are
Thank you
creeping
very much
around
for
in
being
Well,
here.
earlier.
And the state,
I say the cops did it.
and the state may call their next witness.
What?
Detective Milligan?
No. Oh God. Detective Milligan.
I do.
May proceed. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you been a homicide detective?
A little over two and
I
a
don't
half
know if you're a
years.
guy who
And
commits
how long have you
homicides.
worked for Metro in total?
Just about 18 years.
Okay. Were you working as a homicide detective, part of a team that was responsible for doing a search warrant at a residence on Spanish Steps?
I was.
And that's 96 homicide detectives were involved in that search warrant as well?
Yes, there were.
Prior to doing the search warrant, is there any kind of briefing that occurs amongst the team of detectives that's going to do the search?
Yes, there is.
And who does the briefing?
Really, anybody can do the briefing.
Okay.
I can't recall exactly who it was during this particular incident.
Do you get some sort of briefing that helps you know what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay, and that was done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay, when you get to the residence, do you have to wait till a search warrant is actually signed by a judge in order to enter the residence?
That's correct.
You weren't the person that drafted the warrant, correct?
I was not.
But at some point you were told there was judicial approval to enter the residence.
That's correct.
And then after that, I assume the detectives go in the residence?
Yes.
Do you take sort of an overview before people start going through things?
Yes, we do.
Is there any attempt to document how the residence appears before any searching occurs?
Yes, there is.
Decide who's going to search where?
Whoa. Did
We
you
look at the
look?
layout inside the house, how big the house is, how cluttered it might be, or maybe not.
Somebody got
and then
bingo?
how many people do we have to actually help do the searching? And then we divvy up.
Oh,
assignments from
Pammy.
Okay. And do you know a detective named?
Pammy, you got the
I do.
second bingo.
He's the gentleman that just left.
How
the
do we
courtroom.
Yes.
Do you recall him working on the search
Yeah.
warrant with Detective Gilbert?
I would have loved
Yes.
to have sent Pammy the shirt.
Detective Gilbert is now retired?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Did you have a particular duty with respect to this search warrant that other homicide
bingo.
detectives didn't have?
Yes, I was, excuse me, designated as the scribe for the
Oh, the
service of the search
scribe.
warrant.
What does it mean to be the scribe?
The scribe takes inventory of any evidence that was collected, who it was collected by, where it was found, and will
Why didn't
complete the
you
search
write on
warrant return, which is
name?
essentially a handwritten inventory of items that were seized.
Okay, and that's just making sure everything's documented in writing as well as the photographs taken by the crime scene analyst.
That's correct.
And then the crime scene analyst actually does a report as well.
Correct.
Besides the homicide detectives and the crime scene analyst, were there any people in the house that were present during the search warrant?
There was a detective with the Digital Investigations Bureau.
Okay.
And other than that, upon initial arrival, there were family members inside the residence.
What happened with the family members? Where did they go while you guys were searching?
Once we clear one room to make sure that there's no evidence that we're looking for or any type of weapons or anything, then typically they'd be allowed to sit in that one space. with supervision from law enforcement.
Okay, so there's an officer with them, but they can kind of see and hear what's going on inside the residence as well?
Correct.
While the warrant is being executed or while you're searching?
Correct.
And that there were family members of Mr. Tellis at least present in a room while the search warrant was going on?
Correct.
Now, when you go and do a search warrant, do you wear any type of protective equipment so you don't transfer anything extra?
Oh, I think Allie went to go make bowls.
Yes, normally a latex
Big pot of bowls.
Okay. Now, with regard to this search warrant, do you recall what area of the residence you searched?
Primarily the downstairs, to include the living room, kitchen, and garage.
Okay, so you're kind of going in
No,
many
Justice,
areas.
she
Is that
definitely
fair?
did not approve.
Your
I had to
Honor,
end
may I
that a
put you
long
witness?
time ago. Wow, got a lot of
Sir,
votes
I'm
though.
going to show you a series
Love
of
child of
photographs.
baby boss, Uncle Fester.
This is states proposed
Landslide.
236 to 246.
Okay.
Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done,
Checking
please?
powder. Y'all know, Allie crushes the game, y'all. Allie crushes the game, y'all.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And what are they of?
Those are photographs taken from inside of Mr. Tase's garage.
Okay.
Particularly a shelving unit along one of the walls, which had a gray plastic storage bin, which contained a gray and black duffel bag.
And was that one of the areas that you participated in searching?
Yes, it was.
And actually, you were the scribe, so you probably kept track of where a lot of things were found in that warrant.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead. Oh, sorry. I moved to admit 236 to 246, Your Honor.
No objection.
And now may I publish? Thank you. I'm going to put on the overhead states 236. Is that just an overview of the garage area?
Can
Yes, it
somebody do a AI
This is
of
states 237.
Tellis with like Dinklage hair?
Can you orient us a
Really
little
does
bit?
look
And
like
is that just one side of the garage?
I believe it's the west side of the garage.
Okay. And now I'm putting on the overhead states 238. Do you recognize that part of the garage?
I do.
And where you ultimately end up finding the bag that you were describing, are you able to grab that mouse in front of you and just kind of circle it for the jurors?
Yes, right here in this plastic bin.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead now, states 240. Is that a closer view of that bag?
Yes, it is.
And so when you found that, would you have called the crime scene analyst over to photograph it?
Yes.
And this is states 242.
Sir, can you tell the jury exactly when you planted that
Removal of
bag
the
in
bag
there?
from the tub.
Yes.
Oh, well, that can't be the same bag. It's got a basketball and a football.
What are
Who
we
brings
looking
that
at?
to a murder?
That looks like the outside of the bag.
And states 244.
The opposite side of the bag.
Okay. And was that bag, to your knowledge, impounded by the crime scene analyst?
Yes, it was.
As well as the balls,
that
sir?
bag
What about the balls?
for the
Were they
record, we'll
impounded
have
as well?
states 244.
Did you guys play a pickup
in view,
football game
and
with
then
that
I'm also
ball?
going to put on the overhead states 311. Is looking at 311, which is on the right-hand side. The bag was of significance based on that photograph. Is that fair?
Yes.
During the service of the search warrant, besides the family members that you mentioned and Metro personnel, were any like strangers or people that weren't Metro or family members allowed to be in the house at the time of the search?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you.
This guy in his, he's like, that's the worst evidence I've ever seen. There's balls in that
I
bag.
understand your.
Didn't you see the balls?
This bag in question I'll back up a little bit more, was found here in this box, this storage container.
Correct.
And this was in a garage area.
Yes.
And then once this was
Walls.
presumably taken out of this storage
Walls.
container, it had a basketball and a football in it.
Yes, it did.
See, the old basketball and football defense.
Was that basketball and football preserved?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. This picture right here, assuming is with the basketball and the football in it?
I believe it is.
Okay. Then it's opened.
Yes.
And then here, this would be, looks like the bag is empty.
Yes.
And is that like sawdust or something? What is that at the bottom of it? Did you know? Did you preserve it? Did you take it?
I'm not sure what's in there.
Definitely is the winning touchdown from Polkai. No doubt about it. And Al Bundy scored
And
it.
then this was asked, you were asked if this was of significance because obviously it looks a lot like this bag, huh?
Yes.
But then this bag had a basketball in it, football in it, and is in a storage container, correct?
See?
Yes.
Balls. Case over. NG.
I have no further questions.
Yeah, he did it. He's like, well, this bag had balls in it.
Wait, what?
Murderers typically carry a football and a basketball in a bag to a murder, sir.
Wait, so what did the defense just do?
He said there were balls in the bag, sir. Did you preserve those balls? Like all that shit that I was talking about, the balls. It's the case is cracked. It's over. They made a motion for a directed verdict, and the judge granted it based on the balls. Balls. The balls.
Right.
The balls.
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
You do solemnly swear for the record.
My name is John Hoffman, John Hoffman.
What does John Hoffman do for a living?
Sir, what
Any
do you do for a
guesses?
living?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of homicide?
7.5 years, man.
Okay. Did you work with Detective Justine Gaddis in performing a search warrant on the residence of Robert Tellis?
Yes.
Okay. Was Detective Gaddis a member of your squad? Is that why you were assisting her on that day?
Yes.
All right. If you could explain a little bit about what is the process to get ready to execute a search warrant on a home? Is there some briefing that you do? Do you start looking at some other evidence that's requested to try to get to bone up on maybe what you should be looking for?
Yes. There'll usually be a brief prior to that. What that will consist of.
David
is we're looking
Schwimmer.
at video surveillance to kind of see if there's any clothing or weapons like that we need to look out for. But then there's also some items to be searched within the search warrant, and then we'll go over those items to make sure we know what we're all looking for.
In this case, did you review some video surveillance that was collected from the neighborhood where Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Publishing what's already been admitted to stage 311.
He's got a lot of hair
Did you see
jelly in a
footage
very
that
severe
included,
part.
this suspect.
Yes.
Did you study this, the clothing and the things that he's carrying with him, or
Do
whoever
they
this
sell those
person is,
shoes
to see if
at
it might be
TJ Maxx?
located in the defendant's home?
Yes.
Marshalls.
When you execute a warrant, are people
God.
allowed to freely
phone
walk in and out
terrified
as
me.
they please?
No.
Okay, what steps do you take to make sure that people aren't coming into, in this case, a home and compromising your search warrant?
Usually what we'll have is patrol officers stand outside the residence to block people from coming into the residence.
Are citizens allowed to come in?
No.
How about realtors?
No.
Anyone from Compass Realty?
No.
Okay. Did you happen
He's
to
not
see
here,
this,
Taryn. He's at his place
in
watching
the home
Moneyball,
at the time you executed
drinking
that search warrant?
No, I did not.
copious amounts
You
of
know who
vodka.
Detective Jeffy is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so he wasn't there. What sort of steps do you take to make sure, do you wear anything to preserve the integrity of things you may be touching or locating?
Yes, we wear gloves to make sure that we
Oh.
don't disturb any of the evidence.
Do you
Shocking.
wear like a face mask or anything like that as well?
No.
So when you
So you
plant
didn't-
the evidence, you're always wearing gloves,
Sometimes
right?
do other personnel do?
Yes.
Okay. When you execute a search warrant, as you did in this case, did you break up portions of the house?
Here you go.
Okay, we'll handle this
Ed
section,
Gein.
someone else will handle this section.
Or Ed
Did you do
Gein.
something like
Gein.
that?
Yes.
I always say
What area of the house
Nailed
were
it.
you assigned to?
That's exactly who he
I
looks
searched
like.
the
It's
kitchen
alfalfa.
and then the garage.
Okay. Who did you work with?
All he needs is that
in the
cow
kitchen?
lip.
I believe it was Detective Musenmeyer.
Okay. Did you work with Musenmeyer in the garage as well?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Who did you work with in the garage, if anyone?
I know Detective Milligan was there, but I don't remember if anybody else was in the garage.
All right. I want to focus your attention to the garage for a moment. Oh, I forgot to ask. Was Mr. Tellis's wife present in the home at the time you executed the warrant?
Yes, she was.
All right. Let's talk about your search of the garage. What do you remember about looking through that garage?
There was a lot of items in the garage that made it difficult to search.
Okay. Let me show opposing counsel exhibits 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, and 253. These are all proposed exhibits. I have another two that have already been admitted. These are the proposed exhibits. Any objections? No. Okay. Opposing counsel has been gracious enough to stipulate to the admission of states proposed
Good guy.
247 through
Good guy.
253. That's correct, Your Honor. All right, so I'm going to approach with states 247, 253.
What makes you
as
say that,
well
Pokey? The
as
shirt?
states 282 and
You know.
285. So let's
Pokey
just start
knows.
with this batch first. And take a look and see if you recognize what you're looking at there.
These are pictures of the inside the defendant's garage, and then ultimately the item I found in the garage.
All right. And when you look at states admitted 282 and 285, what are we looking at here?
Those are just photos that were taken of the object I found later on.
Okay. So you mentioned that the garage had a lot of stuff in it.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
Publishing 247, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what this garage looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, where do you go? Do you end up finding something that kind of catches your attention somewhere in this garage?
Yes.
Where roughly, where is that?
In the picture here, it's going to be the toolbox that is left of I think it's a water softener.
So if you take there's a mouse right there.
Okay.
If you put your cursor, so that's the red, what is that, a toolbox?
Yeah, toolbox, yes.
So there's something of interest that was there.
Yes.
Okay. And let the record reflect the witness identified or what appears to be a large standing red, kind of almost like a toolbox credenza something, in the center of the photograph. Publishing 248, is this a close-up of this toolbox?
Yes, it is.
What draws where are your attention? Where is that drawn to?
There's a bag at the bottom storage section of the toolbox.
Why don't you circle that for us?
Sorry. Right here.
What do we got here? What do we find? What do you get? What do you find?
All of it.
Is that the other
Let the
shoe?
record reflect the witness has circled what appears to, or at least identified at the bottom of that red structure toolbox, a white plastic bag with something in it.
He ran out of
Publishing
space under the couch.
249, is this a close-up of that bag?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 250, is this another picture of it getting a little bit closer?
Yes.
Publishing 251.
Is that the
getting
what is that?
closer.
Yes.
Is that the orange safety jacket?
Publishing
Look orange.
252.
What is that?
What are we looking at here?
That's a picture that the CSA took after she removed the bag from the toolbox.
Okay, and what does she have on her hands?
Gloves.
Publishing 253. Is this just another
Maybe
angle
it is.
of that bag?
Yes.
Publishing 282. What are we looking at here?
That's another
Up
photograph
already.
of
Come on.
the
5.
Oh, it's that.
What are we looking at here?
what the
Let's put them side by side if we could.
Oh, it's the hat.
I mean,
Is
we all
that
knew it was that
is that the hat that that caught your
You
attention
cut it up.
in terms of the surveillance
Nothing
footage?
alike.
Yes.
Those two hats are
Okay, and that's
completely
why you felt
dissimilar.
it important to
Kidding me?
collect this
Wow.
No, they would cut up
bag, this Sprouts
hat.
bag with a
That
cut up
hat. Cut it
sun
up and
hat.
put it in
Yes.
there.
All right. When you identified this, did you and your partner,
Question
what do you do
is,
next?
do
So
you
you
feel
locate
those
it.
shoes
Do you
first,
call anyone
then
over to kind
wear
of help
them,
you out to
some
make sure it
people
gets
women
impounded
wear them,
properly?
commit
Yes,
murder,
once we
then turn them
identify anything that's of evidentiary value, we call a crime scene analyst over, and then that crime scene analyst will photograph the item in place where.
I have no further questions at this time.
Yeah, I would think
You
not.
didn't take these photographs, correct?
No, I did not.
There's a crime scene analyst.
Yes.
And the crime scene analyst is called upon by yourself or other members of the homicide team to take pictures of items that you feel may be of significance.
Yes.
His questions all need to be, but you don't know if who was there in the days before. You didn't see who was there on the 3rd, on the 4th, on the 5th.
This is a very popular hat in Las Vegas, is it not, sir? As a matter of fact,
We have 3 photographs.
all
taken
landscapers
presumably
wear
by
that
the crime
exact
scene
hat, don't
analyst.
they, sir?
This one, correct?
Yes.
Did you check for
And then a
DNA
little
on
bit
the
closer,
outside of that bag?
correct?
Yes.
And then a little closer still.
Yes.
Sir, did you preserve the balls, though?
Did you ask the crime scene analyst to take the 3 different pictures?
No.
A flip.
The crime scene analyst was summoned by yourself to take these pictures.
You
Is
didn't
that
tell her how
correct?
many to take.
You hadn't removed this bag, had you, prior to?
I believe I had to see what was
Oh,
inside the bag.
Oh, so you had already moved the bag? then?
Yes.
And then
Oh,
put
I
it back.
looked inside it.
And then
What
asked the
was
crime
inside?
scene analyst to come and take a picture, correct?
Yes.
Then you put
And
it
not
back.
one picture, but 3 pictures.
Yes.
After you'd moved it and put it back.
Yes.
And
No
who were
further.
you with when you removed the bag?
Excuse me?
Who were you with?
The ride-along
You were
guy.
alone when you found this bag.
I know there were other detectives in the garage searching at that time, but I was by myself when I found that.
And who do you know that works?
So then you find this bag,
Yeah.
you go get the crime scene analyst, and then who took these pictures?
I believe it was crime scene analyst Smithson.
And then crime scene, almost like she's coming up on it. She takes 3 pictures, correct?
Yes.
But it was, you moved it and put it back.
And then you remove the bag
You forgot they looked in it too. Looked in it.
again.
Sir,
correct?
did you preserve the
And
balls?
this is a picture of you removing the bag?
No,
Whose hand's that?
that's the crime scene analyst.
Okay.
She's got the white
And is
glove.
that her removing the bag?
Yes, I believe so.
You had already
You've
done
already
that.
moved the bag and put it back. So this is just
For
extra,
show.
correct?
For show.
Yes.
It's just extra, he says.
Staged.
Yeah,
Makes
this
sense. You'd agree?
this defense guy has nothing. Let me be clear. This guy has
No,
nothing
I wouldn't
to
say
work
it's
with.
staged.
Okay.
I'd say
He's
it's
holding
staged.
the bag now, correct?
Yes, she is.
Versus you who've already handled the evidence, correct?
Yes.
He keeps forgetting he opened and looked into it too.
No. Again, then we have this bag, but it's already been removed by you and put it back, correct?
Yes.
Ah,
Same question. I presume it's the same answer.
Yes.
correct?
I mean, Couch, you can't, you can't shine
Now,
a turd.
Do you remove these items from the
If you
bag?
get a
Or does
shit facts,
crime scene analyst miss
not
it?
much you can
Crime
do.
scene analyst did.
but you looked in it. You opened it.
So this is
And
taken of her.
I
by
know,
her,
but I'm
correct?
saying going along
believe
the
so, yes.
questions that he's been asking.
And then the contents of the bag were removed, correct?
Yes.
I agree,
But it's
Couch.
your testimony that you'd already
Lawyer should
summoned her.
definitely
Was she
be wearing a shirt
outside
like
another
this.
room when you went and got her?
I believe she
Really?
was. I don't believe that she was in the
Really
garage at
pop
that
with the
time.
jurors.
Okay.
Hey,
But you went
Get
and
it
got her
done.
before you opened the
a
bag.
great shirt.
I never opened the bag.
But
Wait,
you knew that you needed to get her to take this approaching.
He said he had to look
photos
at it.
of her, correct?
Yes.
Oh my God.
how didn't he open it?
He never opened the bag.
Or did he?
He never opened
Were you
the
present
bag.
when she took the photos?
No.
Okay.
Did
Were you present when you weren't present when she opened the bag?
Does she get
For
blue
these
gloves?
photos, no.
Did he say blue gloves?
So you don't know if this is a complete
They have to say it.
representation of what.
Sir, have you ever been to Sprouts Market?
Right. No.
No.
Was
Hmm.
this bag ever processed for fingerprinting or anything to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of.
There you go.
Sir,
And were you there in the case? Sure.
were you wearing your gloves when you planted that hat in that Sprouts bag, sir?
Okay, so you remember I asked questions about picking up the bag or whether you opened the bag? Remember all those questions?
Yes.
She's faking it, Patty. She's faking it.
Let's look at it here. So did you open up that plastic bag to see what was inside?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Nope.
What is it? Publishing 282. What is it about when you look at this bag that catches your attention?
It's pretty much the way that the fabric is on the hat. And then it's pretty much just the way the fabric is on the hat that caught my attention.
Okay, so it looks to you like it could be that hat. Is that right?
Yeah, similar to, yes.
And so to be cautious, you made sure your CSA came over and collected it.
Yes.
Okay, you didn't open it, right?
No, I did not.
You thought it might be a hat.
Yes.
Right? And then lo and behold, when the CSA opens it, is it a hat?
That's what it appears to be.
So your intuition was on the money on that one, eh?
Appears so.
Hey.
Okay. And it has how many holes does it have at the top of that hat?
Oh, jeez.
Yes.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah. Oh my God.
What's
Bump,
this
bump,
brown
bump.
thing here?
3 holes.
That
3
appears
holes.
to be a strap that you may use to hold the hat on your head, like under your chin.
And
Publishing 311. Do you see anything similar like that in this photograph?
From that photo, no, not that I can see.
Okay.
What?
How about at the top
Right
of
there.
the hat up here?
Come
Like
on.
up at the, not below the brim, but maybe at the, I'm not a hat expert, so I don't even know how you
Glasses
break that
even
one
work,
down.
No,
sir.
neither
Wait.
am I.
You're
Forget
so
the
those
sun
are
Maybe he's a
part.
hat expert.
It's part about the 10-gallon part,
It's
right?
outrageous.
What's that brown or black thing on the back part?
No, from that photo, I can't tell
Okay.
what it is.
All right, but there's something brown there, right?
Objection meeting.
Okay, is it thick or thin?
Appears to be thin from that photo.
We can all see it, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah, we all see it, pal.
Were you present when the bag was recovered with the soccer ball and the basketball and the football in it?
Football. There you
I
go.
don't know if I was or not.
What is
Thank you. I have no
deal
further
with
questions.
Did you
Oh.
play a pickup game with that football, sir? Answer
Oh
the
my
question.
Lord, the jurors have a question.
Balls.
The jurors have a question.
They do?
I can't even. Nobody had a question when the guy who saw him talked to the killer. Unbelievable. Now it's questions galore. Everybody wants a chance to ask their question.
I mean, if I was a jury, I'd say, is there really such a thing as hat experts?
From a jurors been marked as court exhibit number 12. Did the witness have to open the toolbox to locate the Sprouts bag?
No, I
Huh?
did not.
What?
Any follow-up from the state?
Oh,
From the defense?
wasn't
Sure,
even
it's in plain
hidden.
sight.
Ooh. Missy just used
It
the
was
word
in plain sight once
haberdashery.
items were removed that were in front of it.
$5
So
word
there were
alert.
items in front
$5
of it.
word alert.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Should have just left
One
it.
follow-up.
The jurors asked the question. I think this guy should fire his lawyer and hire that juror.
I want that juror as my lawyer.
Is this
That's
a neat
someone on
garage?
Someone on his side over
Doesn't
there. He
appear to be.
really does.
Okay, is everything readily identifiable here?
No.
There were
Okay.
drawers.
No further questions.
You could have hid it in the drawers.
This photograph was
Right.
taken after the search occurred.
Right out in the open.
I believe so, yes.
So Metro had already been in there and been moving things around, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
That was actually a good place to stop.
Okay, so thank you very much for your test. This time we are going to continue communication or social media. Surgery replay announces excuse.
All right.
He's
All right.
probably so
Wait,
happy
I want to
right
see
now.
what time.
Know that I
See if
did
she
get
says
your
what time
note,
they're going to start.
And
Right?
Wait,
if
wait.
we're not done, we will work around that. Work around the 22nd and the 27th.
I appreciate that, so I can respond and something will be out.
That's,
I
that's,
appreciate that.
that's perfect. All right, thank you, and you're excused.
Look at him. He's thanking them with his eyes. I mean, he's flying high right now.
Who?
The
tell us?
defendant. Yeah, he's like, I got people are buying this story.
He's like, this load of crap. They are just
They're all
chowing
over
down
it.
on it.
Why, sir? Did he not even hide the thing?
I mean, that's outrageous. I mean, who brings balls to a murder? Who does it? No one does that. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I did not bring balls to a murder. So wait, you didn't we didn't see what time she started. Yeah, they're done, Afton.
What do you
She
mean what
just-
time she started?
Like, what time is she coming back? Like, she usually announces like what time she's coming back tomorrow.
all right.
Because it was like crazy. It was like 11 o'clock this morning. Like, I'm gonna be
All right, hold on.
somewhat irritated if she continues to sleep in until 11 o'clock. I'm gonna sleep in till 10, take a nice shower, get dressed. I figured she's doing hearings in the morning.
9:30.
9:30?
Yep.
Oh, all right. All right. So that's 11:30 for us, kids. 11:30 for us. All right, you guys are the best in the business out there. Best chat in the land. Our mods are absolutely fabulous. You guys are amazing. We love you. I want everybody to have an amazing night. I want everyone to put on their zebra disco shirt, go kiss their significant other, give them big hugs,
Is
big
that
kisses.
what I got in store?
I want you all to cook up a big pot of meatballs. And I want you all to go watch the first 2 episodes of Bad Monkey, because I'm going to quiz you tomorrow morning.
No, let them build it up as many as they can because
Oh,
it's so much more pleasurable.
Okay. All right. So remember, y'all, you
Jay's
guys are
on.
getting,
Pipe them
you're
over
getting-
to Jay.
yeah, you guys are getting portal to
Send
our
Jay
boy.
all your money. Have a nice night.
We love you. Hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la vista. Adios.
And then publicly buzzed.
And then PB. Ciao.